Hey, what's up, everyone? Good to see you, Essie Woods. And this is getting a little bit earlier and earlier every day, right? I'm gonna take off these headphones. So I try to leave the headphones on because otherwise I can't hear like any of the follows or anything. So I have to look over a little bit more. But sometimes wearing headphones isn't as fun. But yeah, good morning and day to everyone who's watching. It all depends on what time I wake up is what time we're doing this. So you'll notice the topic is still the same. Unfortunately, I still don't have lighting working. I worked so long on this and I keep running into more problems, okay? So it's actually pretty close, but there's one big problem, and I'll probably repeat this for like people who join a little bit later. But basically, as you can see, if I go down to here, this is dark. It's good, right? Because it's underneath and it's going across chunk borders too. This is a chunk border right here. And so you can see that's dark over there. It's dark over here. And then if I go ahead and I break this block, light fills in the whole chunk. Sweet, right? This is working. Great. And you'll see that it even fills in down there appropriately and everything. But is it really working? No. So like if I hit this, it only gets slightly darker, but it's not because it's broken. Like here, if I do this, then it'll get a little bit darker, a little bit darker, a little bit darker. And every time I update it, it gets a little bit darker until it reaches its true value, which is completely dark. So you'll see that it gets down to the very darkest dark. And there's a reason for that. We'll talk about it in a minute. And how's it going, Voxel Riffs? It is an earlier stream because I want to get this stupid thing done. I'm really close to getting the lighting completely working, but it's just like one problem after the other. So why does it do that weird thing, right? Light floods and it fills it perfectly fine. But when I close up the hole, it doesn't fill it in perfectly. So what is happening there? Well, let's think about it. So when I have this hole open, basically what's happening is we have this whole light level filled up to 31, right? Everything is the highest it can be. It's all sunlight. Well, technically it's not because like you get shadows over here and stuff. You can sort of see it turning into shadows and everything. When I close this, what ends up happening is my lighting thing checks and it says, oh, hey, like this block right here has the wrong light level. So flood fill from here and update this whole thing. So it flood fills and it goes, okay, let's take... I'm trying to think of how this even works. Let's look at the code real quick because I have to look at it just to remind myself of what's happening. So if we go and look at, I think it's calculate lighting. We go down here. Yes. No, not that one. Not that one. Not that. Not that. Right here. Okay, cool. So we do two passes, right? First pass, we set all sky blocks, and then we do not set anything else to 0. So the first pass, we just set any sky blocks to be sky blocks, right? So that basically just figures out that, hey, this block is no longer a sky block, so then it's going to change the values of these. And then we do a second pass over the lighting, which is to flood fill any chunks that need to be set appropriately. So what ends up happening is we get into this chunk, right? And it says, hey, this block is wrong. What light value should it be? And the problem is it says 15, but then it looks at the blocks around it and it says, oh, I should be 30. So then it decreases by 1 level because it's just taking the values from around it. And then all the other values sort of do the same thing. And so they all decrease by 1 and propagate throughout. But it's not the right values, right? And it's difficult because there's a few other problems too. And we'll have to take a look at those too. And Essie Woods, why did you not just create Flappy Birds? Would have been so much easier. I know. But hey, this is fun. And it's cool that it's actually starting to work out a little bit better and everything too. So you might say, well, why don't we just reset all the blocks to 0? Which is what I did. Because, you know, if I just reset all the blocks to 0, when I set the sky blocks, so basically we set it as a sky block, and then for any other block, we just say, hey, if you're not a sky block, but you are an air block, set yourself to 0, and then we'll go through and we'll update all light sources or whatever and flood fill from there. Well, the problem with this is, if we go ahead and do that, and I think this is closer to the true solution, but it's still not quite there because you'll see what problem we have in a minute too. It's like I came up with this test case too, where I have this box, and this was completely by accident, but it just so happened to be the perfect test case. So really glad that I did that. But yeah, so you'll see if we scroll down here again, it's all dark, it's all good, right? And then if I open this up, once again, flooding fills perfectly fine for when we're lighting, but then when I close it, we get darker over here, but we get lighter over here. And what's happening here? So, and there's no block up here. It looks like there's like light coming through here, right? But this is completely closed up. So what's happening is now, and how's it going, CGO Clan? I hope you're doing all right. Basically, we close this up and then we reset everything inside of this chunk to 0. Remember, this is a chunk border. This is a new chunk. This is the old chunk. New chunk, old chunk. So everything in here gets set to 0. Then we go through and we check, is everything look right? But then we get to here and we say it doesn't look right because his light level is like 18 or something, right? Why is it 18 or something? Because, well, we only updated this chunk since I only broke a block in this chunk. And so then it goes and it says, oh, so this is the true light value. And then it starts flood filling from here. And then if I go ahead and I update him, then it'll darken, darken, darken until we sort of get back to the original. And so we have the same problem, just in a different way. And it's aggravating because I'm so close to the right solution, but it's not quite right. I have another test case that sort of illustrates this as well. So if we go over here, I have a long tunnel, which we can sort of see how it works over here too. So this long tunnel, yeah, you can see it's all dark in there. And why is it all dark in there, but not dark in here? Well, it's all dark in there because I'm updating from this side in the chunks. I'm going this way. And so once I get to this point, I see what light level this block should be, but it's like, it doesn't affect it because I'm looking the wrong way. So I never flood fill this. It looks correct. Yeah. So then by the time I break that block, it updates. But then if I add a block in, it'll be correct. Actually, this might be working right. I don't know, because now it's looking right. But we still have that other problem. So it's still not working completely correctly anyways. I started drawing this out because it's going to be easier to figure things out when I draw it out. And we'll talk about that in a minute too. Yeah, this is a very interesting problem. I'll show you the drawing I've got too, because it gets more interesting and more difficult, unfortunately. CGO Clan, you sent a text file with the bugs in the template you mentioned. The last message is outdated. Follow the text file. It's literally taking 2 seconds for me to place or remove a block. Well, if you're building yourself, CGO Clan, always build in release mode if you're just playing, because debug mode is going to be slower, and I'm fine with that because a lot of things get optimized away once you go into release mode, and so I don't worry about that too much right now because it shouldn't really affect anything for the most part. But yeah, and 2 memory leaks. Did you say that, VoxRifts, or was that in CGO Clan's text file? Because I go up to 853 megabytes there, and then it should just stay. And you can see that like the chunk RAM stays the same. We don't really increase too much unless we start loading new chunks, and then it just kind of increases and decreases. So we should be good. Okay. Did you send the text file CGO Clan to the Discord? I'll check real quick, just in case. Nope. Sorry. Okay. Coding Minecraft. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, cool. Yeah. So we can submit that as a bug report later on the actual GitHub. I do want to get lighting done today, so we're going to work on this for now. But yes, how do you increase the chunk RAM? You do not. You can increase the chunk radius. I mean, I guess you can technically, if you just go into the world.h and you increase the maximum vertices per subchunk. So like if you increase that to 2500 or 3500, that will increase the amount of RAM you can get, and it will help. But I think 1500 is a pretty good number for the worlds I've been generating. Haven't been running into any problems. So yeah. Langors, you're late today. Nah, I was just early. You're good. So I'm just going to go over the problem one more time for those of you who are showing up now, and then we're going to go to the drawing screen so that I can get your help, because I am interested to see if you guys have any ideas on this. I think the ultimate problem with lighting is that it acts like cellular automata. So it's like If you've ever experimented with that or seen some other YouTubers doing stuff with it, it's like where basically you have a grid of alive things almost. And so one thing affects the next, which is what we have with this lighting. And so you can get like these weird emergent behavior, which is what we also get with this. CGO clan, that is in world.h. Okay, so for those of you who are just joining, you can see that lighting looks like it's working properly. If I break this block, you can also see that it updates and it looks like it's working good. But then if I close it back up, we run into a problem because the chunks get confused once we get to the borders and they can't tell who has the right light level, right? Because this chunk thinks that this chunk has the right light level, so it just starts taking that. And then once we start breaking things, then it starts adjusting until it gets to the correct value, which should be completely dark. So this is the problem we're encountering, and the reason we're getting it is just because this chunk thinks he has the right level, and then this chunk thinks he has the right light level, and they sort of feed off each other. And so we need to sort of remove that idea altogether. So yeah, in world.h, not HPP, but yeah. So let's take a look at my drawing, because once we start adding light sources, this gets even more complicated. And I'm doing the drawing with light sources in mind because that's what I want to happen. Yeah. And yeah, if you increase the chunk height to 1024, that is definitely going to affect things. Okay, so basically, if we go and to the drawing stream, I want your guys' opinions on this because I want to see if I'm the only one. So let's talk through what is supposed to happen when we do with lighting, when we deal with it, right? I've got to scroll down just a little bit more so I can see this. Here, give me a second. There we go. Okay, so I've basically drawn up like a little corridor type thing. So imagine this is that room that I just showed you guys, right? And so imagine this block is where the light source would come through. And then this is like sort of into that other sub chunk area. And so this is like a chunk border. It doesn't have to be, but just sort of imagine that. And so let's draw out some values, right? So I'm going to erase all this. Imagine for a second that we have a light source coming through. Oh, and I should align this with the grid so that we can actually have this on grid spaces. Okay, there we go. So imagine that we have a light source coming through this center block. To make things simpler, we'll say that this light source has a value of 5, okay? So this has 5, which means all of its neighbors would get 4. So we all get 4, then all of their neighbors would get 3, right? Simple. Then all of their neighbors would get 2, and then 1, and then 0. This would be a 0. And from then on there, it would just be 0. So we could basically stop updating light at this point because we're like, oh, we're at zeros. Everything else over here is going to be zeros unless there's a light source like over there. But that doesn't matter because we would update it when we update that light source anyways. So this is all good, right? But let's imagine for a second that I close this light source up. Okay, so I close this light source and let's say I set it to 0. Well, now that I've set this to 0, on the second lighting pass, we're going through it and we check this and we're like, oh wait, this is wrong. Because if we look at him, we see he should be like, actually, we don't even need to set this to 0. Think about it as still 5, right? The reason it's 5 is because the light source above it is 6. Or because it's a skylight, right? And so if we're going through the second pass, we see this and we're like, this is wrong because there's no block around it that's higher than it. It should be 0. So then we set it to 0. Well, what ends up happening though is if we set this to 0 and then we start flood filling, we say, hey, take your max neighbor and then do -1. So he takes his max neighbor and -1. Well, then he sets himself to 2. And you can already start to see the problem. So then he takes his max neighbor and he sets himself to 2. Okay. And so on and so forth until we eventually get to like 1 light level lower. But what we should be getting is everything should be zeros, right? Everything should now be gone. Not that way. Let's complicate this a little bit more. I know it's already complicated enough, but we're going to throw a wrench in the loops, right? Okay. So let's go back to our original drawing. This is 5. Now we're going to have light sources eventually. So let's imagine that we have a torch here. And let's say torches have a light level of 3. So he's 3, he's 2. This is all correct still because technically he would have 1 light source level below, And since we have a light source coming in through here and here, this kind of converges into just 3, 2, 3, right? So that's correct. Now, imagine for a second we did the correct thing, right? Which is, let's say we just zero everything out, right? Everything that's a sky block, that's not a sky block or a source block, we'll just zero out. So we zero all this stuff out. Now these are all zeros because we've placed a block here, and this has all become air blocks that are not sky blocks, right? I think I'm about to answer the question myself. Well, no. Okay, yeah. So we may have zeroed all this stuff out, but imagine that this is a chunk border, right? So let's do a red dotted line there. So I just updated this chunk, right? Because I just placed a block here. And so I've zeroed all this stuff out. This was 3 and this was 2. But this stuff is still the same because this chunk doesn't even know it's been updated. How could I? Because I updated this block, so I wouldn't have any reason to suspect that I need to update this block as well. And herein is where the problem lies, right? So how do we know how far and which chunks to update? And I think I'm about to answer this myself because I've been thinking about this a lot and I've been thinking about this all night, but I hope you guys can begin to see how this is like more of a complicated problem than you would think. So I think the approach we probably want to take is we remove this light block, right? Let's go back to our original, which was, this is 5. We have 4s. Then we have 3s. Then we have 2s. Then we have 1s. Then we have 0s. So what we can do is we can go, let's flood fill to zeros. And what do I mean by flood fill to zeros? Well, I was reading about cellular automata last night to try and get my mind wrapped around this. And the one thing cellular automata do is they remember their previous state when they're updating. So let's say we look at this, we say, hey, this should not be 5. Something's wrong here. And so what we do is we say, let's zero this out, and then we'll update all the chunks light sources appropriately. So we basically go, well, this shouldn't be 5. So let's see which light sources he affected, right? Okay, so he affected this one because he's 1 lower, 1 lower, 1 lower, 1 lower. So we check that, and then we say, okay, now let's zero myself out, right? So then he zeroes out. Then let's go through here, and we say, which ones did he affect? I'll do this one in green. So we say, oh, he affected him, him, and him. And then we'll zero him out. And since this is a queue, then the next thing we would do is we would check the next 4. So let's say we would check him. He affected him and him. And then we would zero him out. And then we would go through and we would say he affected him and him. And then we would also say he affected him and him. And then we would zero those 4s out. So let's go ahead and do that. Oh, whoops, I erased the wrong one. So we're at this state now. Okay, now let's go to red. So then which ones did the 3s affect? Well, these guys affected nobody, so we can just zero them out, right? So we basically zero you out. We're good. These 3s, though. So this 3, let's go back to red. He affected him. He affected him. He affected him. And then we zero these guys out. Okay. Then we get to the 2s, and this is where it's going to get interesting, right? This 2 didn't affect anybody because we see, oh, wait, he's good. But then we get to this 2, he affected him, he affected him. Oh, and this 3 also affected him. And then this 2 affected him, right? So then we go and we zero all of those guys out. So we would zero them all out. And then we would go to the 1s, and the 1s, we'll go back to orange. He affected him, him, and him. Okay, and then we go here. And once we get to 0, we can stop flood filling. Okay, this is good. So once we flood fill this, we know which chunks were affected by that light update, right? Then we can say, I already sort of have something in place that does this. We can say this chunk was updated. And we can also say this chunk was also affected by this light source removal. And then what we can do is we can just go through these chunks and we can say, update all the light sources. So then we do a third pass. The third pass is the light source update. So then he goes through and he says, okay, you update all of your light sources. So then he would say, oh, okay, I have a light source here. So then he would start flooding. He would say this should be 3, 2, and then he would say this should be 1. And then he would say that should be 0, and we're all good. And then we do this, and this doesn't get updated because there's no light sources. This is what we need to do. Isn't it great when your problem solves itself after you've slept on it for a night? Okay, I'm going to catch up on the chat very quickly too, because this was a lot. So, let's see. Oh, you sent me a video for 2D lighting. That's great. Thank you though. But yeah. And Langors, what happens if you have multiple light sources and one block is being affected by the two sources? Those are future game problems. We're not going to focus on that yet. I think this should work the same way though. Like if we basically do it this way, it shouldn't matter which order we update light sources in as long as we update them all at least once. So we'll have to see how this goes. And then CGO Clan and Voxerus. Even if learned nothing from the series, I will definitely never forget that Notch is a god at programming. Yeah, like I grow more respect for them every time I do this. And you'll have like, you know, the AAA developers and stuff who are like, oh, Minecraft, like so easy. And it's like, no, it's really not. Like there's a lot of technicalities and stuff to the game, just like with any game. Like never look down on any game programmer because each game has its own difficulties. Flare YouTube, how's it going? I'm doing all right, and I hope you are as well. And he probably did spend a lot of time figuring out things and stuff. Yeah. Notch didn't implement lighting? I feel like he had to have, because that was part of the first core release. And Minecraft too, I know a lot of people say like, oh, they coded the first version in a week, and they did, but the first version wasn't like the first playable version. It actually took like a year and a half, I think, until they got their first really good version. But yeah. Langors, but you would have to remember by how much it affected, right? Two different sources add up, correct? No, because you take the maximum of the light sources around you and then you do -1. So you never get like a combination effect. The brightest light source will just sort of add, I guess it does kind of add, but when we start flood filling, we'll see how that should work. So yeah. So let's go ahead and encode this. I'll show you guys how this code works right now, and then we'll kind of go through. So this goes through, we do 2 passes for the lighting right now, and we're going to add a 3rd pass. So we pass through from top to bottom on the chunk. We basically say, if we're at the top level and this is a sky block or an air block, then we set this to a sky block. And so we do that by ORing together with this 32-bit, which basically says I am a sky block. Otherwise, we set it to 0. We don't want to do that. So I'm going to remove that. I'll comment it for now because that's a little less destructive. Okay. So we set up all the sky blocks, right? This will basically determine whether a block is a sky block. We can do this though. We can say otherwise, if it's an air block, but it's not a sky block, then we'll make sure to just do it as this equals the block's data array expansion dot light level anded with 31. So this will just ensure that we get rid of like the sky block bit if it's not a sky block. So we no longer have to worry about any air blocks that are not sky blocks being set as sky blocks, all that stuff. Yeah. So that is good. And then we just reset all of the air block colors to white. Then we do a 2nd pass. The 2nd pass will begin flood filling any things that need to be flood filled. So basically what this does is it goes through from bottom to top, and it basically checks to see the block's neighbors and stuff, right? And we have like this flag that basically says only check within my chunk or check within neighboring chunks as well, blah, blah, blah. The reason I have this flag is because on the first pass, when we're generating all the chunks, I want it to be fast. So we don't actually check neighboring chunks for their light levels, which could potentially be bad. But it's not bad inside of here because once we flood fill, we actually use the neighboring chunks light levels. Yeah. So anyways, we basically check and see what it should be. And we say, I might remove that, though we'll think about that. Anyways, so what happens in here is we basically say, if the 32-bit is set above, it's a sky block. So we basically figure that out. And then we say if it's not a sky block, then what value should it have? So we calculate what the new light level should be. And then we say if the block's current light level is not that new light level, then we have an area that we need to flood fill. So this basically says, go do like a sanity check on all the chunks. And if it's not right, then you need to do a flood fill. That basically, we're going to call this the 0 flood fill. This should zero out any chunks that need to be zeroed out. Yes, I think that's what we want to do here. So we'll put a to do in here. To do. zero out this flood fill level. So this should go out and flood fill until it's zeroed out or until it can't go anymore. Then what we'll do is we'll do a third pass. And I think that's right here. Let's see. Okay, that's down here. So we'll say to do a third pass. This will update all light sources and flood fill. Okay, so then on the third pass, what we'll do is we'll sort of do the same thing, except this will be for all the light sources. And then once we update all light sources, they should fill the light back in. So we sort of zero out using this flood fill, but then with the new light sources, we go and we correct them, right? And these light sources, I guess, will include skylight because skylight is technically a light source. And so where that enters into a new block that should be affected by it will be affected by it. So I think this is what we want to do. And I think this should work. We'll see. And I'm just going to check real quickly. Did I sleep well today? I did sleep a little bit better. Sleeping is hard. Yeah, especially when you are thinking about a bug. That is true. But I did get some okay sleep. So if we look at this update block light level, this does quite a few things too. So what this does is he does a few things. So he has this unordered set, which is the chunks that I've already checked. And this way we don't get into a feedback loop where like basically we check one chunk and then that chunk says, oh, I need to check you. And then he tries to go back and starts checking the chunk that just checked. And so this basically just prevents that. I have a few sanity checks in here. And I have a breakpoint catching that. The local Y is fine. Technically we shouldn't hit this, but we have it in there just in case. And then we have this last sanity check, which basically says if they're trying to flood fill from a block that's not an air block, then just stop because there's no point. So yeah, we have all of these, and then eventually this will be like if it's not an air block or a light source block, because light source blocks obviously need to do that too. But yeah. And a huge cup. It is called a mug. I guess, I don't know. I think this is just a cup, but it's pretty great because then you just need 1 cup of coffee, right? Okay, but yeah. I'm going to listen to music again for a little bit. Okay. So then we go through and we basically say the chunks that we need to update. We're going to keep track of all those. And then we say, these are the blocks that we've already checked within my chunk. This is something I was experimenting with. We'll remove that. I think I'm going to call this blocks to update. Yeah, this used to be blocks to update, but I changed it because I was thinking along some different lines, but we'll just change this back and then make sure I didn't break anything in a second. So then we do this. As you can see, it's a pretty complicated function because this is a complicated procedure. Okay, so basically what we end up doing then is we go through and we say, okay, which blocks do we need to update the light level for? And this initially just has the block that we're flood filling from. So we just add him. And then we say, while this queue is not empty, we say, let's get the next block that we need to update. Then we pop it. And then we put it into the queue that says we've already checked this block so that it doesn't get checked twice. We do a couple of sanity checks again. If we see that X is out of bounds or Z is out of bounds, this means this is a chunk that we need to update at some point. So what we do is we just say, okay, I'm not going to check this yet, but this chunk needs to be checked. And so we say, if we don't already have this in the queue, then we put it into the dictionary with this position as the first block that needs to get checked. That way the flood fill will continue from that point onwards. Yeah, and it should just continue. So then we basically go and we check and see if our block is not an air block, then continue because we've hit like a solid block and it doesn't matter. And then we check all of the neighboring blocks light levels and we see if this light level is going to change. So we basically check and see if the top neighbor is a sky block. If it is, and this block isn't, then we set this block to a sky block and then we say that this light level has changed. Otherwise, we get what the new light level should be. And then we check and see if it's going to change. And if it has, we say it's changed. Then we continue the flood fill. And when we continue the flood fill, we basically say, okay, let's set this block's light color up. And then we're going to say if this block is not 0, so basically we've updated this block and it didn't just become 0, then we're going to skip any skylight blocks because they don't need to be updated, and we're going to skip any solid blocks or blocks we've already checked. So we say if we've already checked the block that's a neighbor, the top neighbor, or it's a sky block and it's an air block, then we put it into our queue to update. So then we like put this in the queue and we say we've checked it as well. Technically, I don't think we need that there. Potential performance improvement, yes. So let's remove that because that should be good. And then we'll make sure we didn't break anything too. Okay, this is why I'm talking through this right now too, because it helps me think through the current algorithm so that we can potentially make this better. Okay. So we basically do the same thing with all the neighbors. We push them into the queue if they need to be checked. Then after we finish updating this chunk, we go through all the chunks that we found out we have to update as well. And we say, okay, let's get that chunk's data. And then we recursively call this function, which repeats the process for that chunk. And so this should propagate throughout several chunks if it needs to. And then it tells the chunk manager to queue that chunk for retessellation, which basically just means we need to update like the render data for the GPU with these new light levels, and that should all work out. So yeah, that's the basic process. My headset quality is so bad that it hurts my ears. Oh. CGO Clan, why didn't I use premake or make? Why use bat? I do use premake. The bat file just calls a premake file, but yeah. I specifically use bat so that it's easier for Windows users because I want to do that. And I can also print out different things so they can just not have to worry. So basically, it just tells them what to do. And then it should, yeah, it calls this bootstrap executable too, which is the reason I really used it. And this bootstrap executable just basically goes ahead and installs FreeType for you if you don't already have it, and then puts it into the dependencies folder. So that's the real reason. And this is really nice. So like you'll see, we can go off on a little tangent here for a second. If I go into the Minecraft vendor folder and I delete FreeType, I don't have to worry about that because I can go back into here. And if I just do build, it'll see that that's not there. And then it'll go ahead and it'll download that, and then it will unzip it for me. And then it will just do all that stuff automatically. And now I have FreeType, the binaries, and I'm all good. This is one of the reasons I think that I might not be working on Kitty Cat's computer too. So yeah, and then if we recompile this, we should be good. But yeah, that's why I've done that. And we're still good. Batch files are epic, right? The premake script and that bootstrap executable, yep. And SE Woods, it cannot just be easy working in huge teams when coding. I mean, several people work and edit the same code. That's true, but if you're like my old team, we were working on like a project that was hundreds of thousands of lines. So I literally built up an entire system, and I didn't really have many conflicts with my other coworkers who were working on different systems. We would eventually have like merge conflicts and stuff, but it really wasn't that bad. And then most companies do like microservice architecture too, which basically just means that you technically have different coding projects for each team so that the bigger the company is, you don't run into those issues. But yeah, it's definitely a problem though, and there's lots of ways that they look to solve that. So we are good. Let's make sure we didn't break anything real quickly, and then we'll try and implement that algorithm I talked about, which will be quite scary. Okay, so this should still all be good. Looks like we are still good here. If I break this, we do still get updated. Cool. So I'm just gonna double check this one too. It is pretty cool, I've got to say, that like you can pretty much play this game now, and I'm really happy with the progress we've made so far. It'll be cool once we get it completely working, but it is still cool seeing this starting to work. Oh, and you know why this isn't updated? It's because I'm not checking neighboring chunks the first lighting pass. So this ends up going through and it doesn't see that there's light coming in from here. So that's one of the things that I should think about removing. Let's try that real quickly and see what happens. The thing I'm afraid of is if we do that. So basically, let's see. So if we take a look at our update or check chunk radius, maybe. Yeah, let's take a look at this. So this loads in new chunks when we need them, right? So it says queue create chunk. This guy goes ahead, and when he creates a chunk, we queue up a few different commands. We queue a fill command, which generates block data if needed, or deserializes it if needed. Then we queue up a calculate lighting command. Then we queue up a tessellate command. Let's go ahead and we'll just add one more command here. We'll say queue the recalculate. That way we should... see, this is where I'm like, I'm not quite sure if this is going to work out, because what happens is we need to make sure that the other chunks have their skylights set appropriately, which is why we do it this way first. And then once all the chunks have had their skylights set properly, then we can start checking neighboring chunks and going from there. Let's just see what happens. We'll try it for now. I don't think this will work, but we'll see. And then we'll say chunk worker dot queue that command. How on earth did Minecraft run 60 FPS with Java without multi-threading? Did it really without multi-threading too? That's impressive. Okay. I do want to experiment with like SimD stuff because there are a few parts of this that would benefit from using SimD. Yeah, you can see that it's updating a lot slower, first of all, because all these chunks are trying to calculate then recalculate. And so they're all interfering with each other. Basically, they're all trying to access each other's state. And it's like, well, I'm not done yet. And so then it's not really working in parallel. This is an interesting thing too, because it basically shows what happens when you have a bunch of threads trying to mess with each other's state. And it just slows things down way, way bad. So that is why I didn't do it this way in the first place. What would be good is if we could like find a way to, once it finishes doing the initial work, which we might do through loading screen, then we can do like the recalculate lighting, and that should basically fix everything. We'll leave it this way for now though, and then we can fix that up in the future. So this should speed it back up again. Yeah, like look at that difference. That's just way faster. But yeah, like I was saying, I do want to do like experiment with SimD because there's quite a few things that SimD would work quite well with in our process that we could use. So, yeah. And they recently broke off lighting IRC, but before that it was single threaded. Huh. And I don't think Notch converted to C++. That was Microsoft when they bought it. So I think they just had some teams at Microsoft of developers who basically converted it and everything. But yeah. So let's work on the more pressing problem, which is what we just described. So we need a 0, and then we need to update light sources. So we need like a couple different things. Let's go back to our calculate lighting. This file is getting massive. Like this is thousands of lines now, which isn't good. But we'll fix that later. I've simplified a lot of this file too, so that's good. Okay, then flood fill to 0 any blocks that need to be set. So this will 0 out appropriate blocks. And what we need to do is we need to update block light level, and we need to pass like a flag that just says 0 out to true. So let's go to that update block light level, and we'll add another flag in there. And we'll say bool 0 out. Ooh, and I might need to, I'm gonna put that right here because I think that's like set to be default, just an empty set, which is good. Okay, so we'll do that. Let's look for the other definition, which is here. This one should be, okay, there we go. That should be fine if I spell that right. Okay, and then there's the function definition too, which is here. Yes, okay. And we'll say 0 out Let's make this not an optional parameter. That should be good. Okay, cool. So I think we should be good. Let me just make sure I didn't break anything there. So that basically says now we pass in a flag that says we need to zero this stuff out. So when we get into this function, we should be able to take that into account. Yeah, I like the new versions too of Minecraft. In regards to your question, Essie Woods, I know some of my friends are still on like 1.12 because they refuse to like go with anything that Microsoft's done or whatever. I can't remember which version exactly, but yeah. So for some people, I think they do not like that Microsoft did that, but other people I think are fine with it. So. Okay, so what we do now is we basically have this thing where we say, if it should be a sky block, we set it as a sky block. I think this should stay fine because sky blocks are kind of just sky blocks. They don't really need to be updated by any additional light sources or whatever. Technically, I guess they could be updated by additional light sources, right? Because if you have a torch at night, even though it's a sky block, yeah. We'll worry about that in the future. Okay. But right here is where we can sort of add this logic in. So if the light level is different, or it should be different, what we can say is if we want to zero it out, we'll do this, where we basically do that. Otherwise, we'll say, actually, we'll do this if we don't want to zero it out. If we do want to zero it out, what we'll do is we'll just say it equals 0. So this should propagate through and then basically fix, like, flood fill to 0 everything that needs to be flood filled. Okay, so then once we do that, I think all we really need to do is add that third pass in. So then we do a third pass if we do all this. Okay, and this third pass, yeah, I'm thinking. This third pass should basically just add light sources and flood fill. So we basically do the same thing with this third pass, except what we do now is we just say, don't zero out. And I think that should work. Let's see. Fingers crossed this just works. I mean, it might be a little bit slower too now, but I have no idea what's going to happen. Yeah, it's much slower now. There we go. Okay, then it pops all in. Cool. So if we go under, this is all dark. That's good. Then if I break this, it all lights up. Ah, I knew it was too good to be true. There's no way it was just going to work, right? Okay, yeah. So it's not working properly. Here, let's break this again. Let's see. When we get to here, we should basically just zero that out. So let's hit a breakpoint in there real quickly. We will add this block back. And then one thing that I learned, if you're debugging with multiple threads and you just want to debug one thread, which we're doing right now, you can go to Windows, Threads. Nope, not GPU threads. I don't want to debug that. Windows and then Threads, which is there. Okay. And then you can see all the threads. This is the thread we're on. I want to pause all the other threads because they don't really matter. So we'll pause all of these threads. Yep. Okay. And then I'll just say right click, freeze. And so all those threads are frozen now. And now we can step through this and we'll just be stepping through our thread. Okay, cool. So if we look at XYZ, 11, 38, 5. That all sounds correct from what I know of where we are in the world. So if we jump into this, we're going to go through here. And zero out should be true right now, right? So zero out is true. That's good. So we basically go through. Because something's going wrong here. So we say this light level changed. Skyblock is either top, blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's good. So it's not a skyblock. That's good. It shouldn't be. The new light level shouldn't be what it should be though, right? So if we do that, if we want to zero out, which we do, we just zero it. That's good. Okay, and then we do all that. Wait, it just updated one block. That's where we're going wrong. It should be updating way more than one block. Okay, so something's going wrong there. We might have to redo that. Let me just check the chat real quickly. I really look forward to the release of Sapiens. Yeah, that'll be pretty cool. I love watching Dave Fampton's devlogs. He's really good. Funny seeing actual booleans in code and not typedeft ones and zeros coming from C. And Flare YouTube, the dark part should be more lightened. Okay, we can adjust that pretty easily later. We basically have this thing in the shader, which is the base light level. So if we just increase that, it will increase the light color. And we can add that as a setting, sort of like Minecraft has with the moody lighting and everything, right? Okay, so let's go through that again, because something weird happened where basically it did not do what I wanted it to do. So let's remove that breakpoint first of all. Okay, so it takes a little bit longer too for everything to sort of start, which I don't like. So we may add like first pass doesn't do any of this stuff because it doesn't really matter. And then we'll do a second pass where we recalculate everything, and then that will sort of queue everything up to be done the correct way. Okay, so if we do this, it's broken, but that's fine. We'll add a breakpoint again. So we do that. And then what we're going to do is place a block there. We hit that breakpoint. Good. So let's do the same thing we did before. I'm just going to pause all threads. Okay, we pause all of those threads. Okay, and then we go through and we start updating. Okay, so we pop that block. That's all good, right? We already checked this. This is all fine. We find out that its light level does need to change. So we change it. That's good. We say it changed. That's good. Okay. Then we check. Oh, okay. It's seeing that it's 0, so it's skipping it. No, what we actually want to do now is we do want to continue even if it's 0 because of the way we're doing this. What we should do is if we're zeroing out, we should zero it out afterwards. So let's do if, well, let's copy that first of all. If not zero out, then we'll check this immediately. And then this basically adds in all the blocks that we would need to check. And then let's see. This light level changed. So then we can go here and we can say if zero out, then we'll zero it out afterwards. This way we still stop if we hit like a 0 block, because yeah, I think that's what we want to do. Okay, let's try this out. Let's see what happens. Thanks, Asher. Good to see you too. Also, Minecraft worlds take too long to start too. Okay, well, that's good to hear. At least we're not going behind our competition, right? The story of coding, right? Yeah. Been working on this bug for like 3 days, guys. Okay, so we are good down here. It's dark. We break it. It's light, but it's, yeah, we're getting into a feedback loop there. Yeah, so that's not good. So what's happening here is basically one chunk updates, then the next chunk says, I need to update now, and then they go back and forth. I'm guessing this is probably due to multi-threading. I know what we can do to fix that too. We just don't retest late unless we're, let's see. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Okay, so basically, yes. Okay, so we do this whole thing. We're not going to retest late unless we're not zeroing out. So we'll just say if not zero out. because this means we're in the final phase. So if we're zeroing out, we're not in the final phase. This means we shouldn't launch extra threads that are doing work until we sort of get to the last phase. So that's good. Okay. So there we go. Okay. Pops in. Okay. So so this isn't good. First of all, you should be updated, but I know why. That's the same problem we had before. So if we do this, it gets all dark. It gets all light. Holy crap, guys. It's working. Finally. This is a good feeling. It's not completely working, but it's working. Oh, thank God. This was not fun to work on, I promise you. So when you guys are following the tutorial series and I just give you the answer, just remember all the pain that went into finding this dumb answer. Okay, it's kind of laggy just because of how this all works, but you know. So if we dig further into, this should be chunk agnostic. So if we dig through like multiple chunks, it should update all the chunks. So let's go down a little bit and just make sure this is working as well. Whoops. Put a block there. Good game, party this weekend. I know, right? We finally done it. Finally. Oh, and you can see it's getting dark as we go in too, so that's great. The chunk updates are a little bit slower. I don't like that, but we can fix the way they look at least. They kind of flicker in and out just because of the way I'm reteslating right now. So we will fix that later. Okay, so then if we dig up, this is going to be the real test. Let's dig up and add a light source over here too. And so these two light sources should interact with each other. Yeah, okay. Okay, so it does get darker and it does get lighter over here. Then if I close this one up, it should get darker up to that point, but it should stay light. So let's see, ultimate test. Do I have a block open here? No. Ah. We were so close. We were so close. But it looks like we're not quite there yet. Okay, so something's going wrong here. It must be taking one of these light levels and thinking, yeah, you can see it kind of here. It gets dark, then it gets bright. So this is the light coming in from here. And then it gets dark here, and it should just keep getting darker. And so what must be happening is it's not actually getting that light level. And the reason it's not is because I'm updating this chunk, so it starts filling from here. And so once it sees that it gets... It should see that it gets to like here. I guess what we probably want to do is we want to start flood filling from where we stopped filling over here. It's probably what we're doing wrong, but yeah. I know, so close, right? We were just barely off. You can tell everyone at the party what you did, Gave to Stranger. You won't believe what I did on Wednesday. I got light working, right? Finally. And then I made it so that light is like very weird. What is my objective for the next few weeks? I will tell you in just a minute, so. My objective for the next week, because I begin a new job next week, so I won't have nearly as much time to work on this, so I want to try and get as much done as I can this week. This is what I want to get done this week. It may look like that's a lot of stuff, and it is, but I am fully confident that this is going to be the hardest thing, and possibly this. This should be pretty easy. This should be pretty easy. This should be pretty easy. This could be potentially difficult, depending on how far we want to go. This will be easier once we get the lighting done because these behave the same way, and I have no idea about that. So yeah. So that's what I want to get done. This is the less important stuff that I want to get done over the next few months, but I want to get this done for the trailer video and for the first episode of the series. Just so that it looks like we have some decent support. And once we have all that done, I can release that first episode. So yeah. Okay, let's fix this bug now. Let's see what happens if we just start, if we save this, and then if we just start the chunk, because I will be interested to see that too. It is awesome though, I feel you. Yeah, thank you. Don't overscope. I know. I tried to keep it to the most minimal stuff that we need, but I want it to be a working game. Like, if you're watching the first episode of a series, you want to be able to see this is a game, and this is a game that like you can actually play and stuff, right? So that's what I'm going for. So if we go into here, yeah, this is what it should look like, right? Okay, and it's almost working, but it's not quite working because we're still not checking chunk borders here. But this is basically what it should look like, and then it should just get darker here. If I update this, this is what it should look like. Yeah. So once we update that chunk, it does do all of its updates properly. It's just once we hit here, yeah, it's once we hit here, and I think what's happening, so let's think about this for a second. Why is it doing this? So we do our first pass. That sets all the skylight levels, right? And then it sets all these. These are just the same. Then the second pass, we go and we zero out. So we go, this is wrong, and then we check this whole room, and we say this is all wrong, and we keep going. And then we must get to here, and we say this is right, or at least that's what should happen. We should get to this point, and then we should say this is right, and then continue. I might have to draw this out just so that we can see what's going on a little bit better. This is basically simulating that torch experiment I have on paper, though, so we'll see. Turn the world into an actual world, then the solar system. Heck yeah. Me and my brother do want to add space to our game. So once we get this core done, I start working on my own game, we do want to add stuff like that. But yeah. Okay, let's switch to the drawing screen real quickly so that we can experiment with what this is. So let's think about this. We basically got this torch, this whole torch thingy, right? It's sort of what's happening. I'm going to move this down so that we can do a little bit better of a simulation. So what's happening is we have a long corridor. Am I doing that right? This is completely wrong. Is this not lined? Yeah, this is not aligned. Wait a second. Okay. So this should be right there. There we go. So we basically got a long border. And there could be multiple chunks between these. I don't think we do have multiple chunks, but there could be. And then what happens is we basically got like a light level that's like 9 here. We'll do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? And then this is like some skylight. We said skylight was 5 before, so we'll say it's 5, right? And then if we go into here, let's kind of fix all this stuff up again. Okay, so if we go back into here, and then this is a chunk border. What we have is this is 5, 4, 4. Worst comes to worst, guys, you can always draw stuff, and it usually helps when you work it out by hand first. I guess that's the best advice I could give for situations like this, right? Okay, so we have something like this, right? We got light coming through here. We got light coming through here. They connect in the middle, and we're not quite getting the correct values. So what happens is we go through here. We see, oh, this guy's wrong now. So then we say he should be 0. And then we're going to go and we're going to check each of his neighbor blocks to see what they should be. So then we go through here. Oh, we should all be 0 because we're not correct. So then we go through, we update you guys too, right? So then we go through, these guys check. We say, oh, we should all be 0 too. So we all get set to 0. Theoretically, okay, let's simulate this a little bit more. Theoretically, that's what we should say, but what happens is we just save him for later. We say save for later because we don't want to do multiple chunks at the same time. We do one chunk at a time. So he's just set, but he's like queued up and ready to go. So he's ready, but we don't quite work on him yet. So we zero these guys out. Then we go ahead and we say, these guys need to be fixed. We zero them out. And then we say, these guys need to be fixed. We zero them out, and then we're good because we hit all zeros. No longer doing anything. Then we continue. We say, oh, what should he be? He looks at his neighbor chunk and he says, oh, I'm actually wrong. So then he zeroes out. That's correct. And then we get to here. Okay. So technically we should all be zeroed at this point. That makes sense, right? Yeah. So then when we retessellate him, there's a couple problems here, I guess. When we retessellate him, we're only going to be retessellating this chunk and this chunk, but now this value is actually wrong. We need some way to say like, hey, these are all the chunks that need to be updated again. Because basically, right, we need to do that third pass again for this guy, and we need to do a third pass for him. He's not going to change, but this guy could change, and then he could change everything into there. I think this is where we're probably going wrong. So what we need to do is, once we finish doing this 0 phase, what we need to do is we need to queue up all the chunks that we touched. So queue this chunk, any other chunks. So queue all chunks for third pass. So let's do that, okay? Let's add another command, and then we'll separate our drawing into a couple different phases. I think this is probably gonna work out pretty good. Hopefully. I may be way overcomplicating this too. I have no idea. So yeah, we're gonna find out. Minecraft does this like so much easier or something. Gabe, check out this Minecraft clone. It's from a master's degree thesis. I don't know if you can actually play like Minecraft, but it looks really cool in my opinion. Okay. I enjoy visualizing with my mind. It's fun. You can play it to some extent. Okay. I'll have to check it out in a few minutes. We'll pull this up and then we'll save it. There we go. Oh, cool. They've got like a whole trailer. Okay. So let's do this. We're going to separate all this stuff out. And then basically if we're zeroing out, we want to say queue third light source update. And then we'll give it the chunk coordinates and we'll give it the chunks data. Okay. And this is how we'll do this. And then basically this means that it'll retesslate then on the next one and all that stuff. Okay. So we'll think about that in a minute. And then what we need to do is we need to go calculate lighting. We need to add another thing into here. So we have this recalculate lighting, and then we're gonna say that light source calculate light sources is 4. So this is gonna be a lower priority so that it runs after we finish recalculating lighting for any chunks, which is good. So then we'll go into here, and that's all sorted automatically now too. I should mention, I finally fixed this. So basically, if we're comparing two queued commands, we basically just return their type, and that gives the higher priority. So whatever order this is the highest priority, this is the lowest priority, and they'll get done according to that order, which is good. Okay, so basically what we need to do next is go, oh wait, we need to add that. So basically what we need to do is we need to go to here, and then we need to say case command type calculate light sources, and we'll add that. So then we'll do chunk calculate light sources. We'll pass it the block data, the coordinates, and I guess that's the internal only thing, but that'll kind of just default to false. Okay, yeah, so that's all good. Then let's go to calculate lighting, and we'll separate that third loop into its own function. Okay, so then we'll separate this guy into his own function, and his function was called like calculate light sources, right? So we'll say void calculate, and he's got the same parameters as this guy, I think. So we'll just pass in the same parameters. Actually, we'll just do that, and then we'll do that, and we'll add this to our header file. Okay, all good, all good. That should be good. Okay, so now we got this separated into 3 passes, and this goes ahead and this goes and says we are not zeroing out, so this passes in false, and this is also not internal only is what we want to make sure that is. So we can remove this flag because I don't think I ever want to do it where it's just internal only at this point. So we'll do that. We will do that. Okay, and internal only, by the way, just means like don't check neighbor chunks. That's basically all that does. So then we can remove this stuff. Yeah, so we can simplify all this a little bit more. I was just watching Casey Muratori's, what was it? His like lectures and stuff too. And this reminds me of what he was saying, where basically you go to solve a problem and then you find a much simpler solution. I'm sure that I'm going to wake up someday, like in the next month, and be like, what was I thinking? And then I'm going to come up with something way simpler than any of this stuff ever was. And I'll be like, why did I overcomplicate that so much? But we are not at that point yet. So I'm going to do the over-engineered, way complicated solution until it works. And then we'll figure something out that's like way better. Okay. So we have this thing. Now we need a Q light source update. Okay. So let's look for that Q light. Let's look for, I think, calculate lighting or something. Recalculate. Okay, yeah. So we're going to copy this because it's going to be very similar. Except this is Q light source update. Okay. So chunk manager. Could do this. And this is going to be source update. And we're going to give it the block data too, because we can. So we'll do that. I'm going to make that a required parameter because it really doesn't matter too much. Okay, so we'll do that. Okay, so if that's valid, we queue up a command that's calculate light sources. And then we queue that up. And do we queue retest lighting after that? Technically we do. I don't know. We'll do that for now, but I don't know if that's necessary. Okay. So then when we create a chunk, we have to queue one more command, which is queue the calculate light sources command. And this will do that and that. Okay, cool. So I think that should be good. Let's see what happens now. I have no idea if this will work or not, but we will see. Is it still, did I click it? I guess I didn't. Okay, we will see. Oh, you draw with your mouse and not your drawing pad. No, I do draw with my drawing pad, yeah. I see you can draw shapes on the desktop version of OneNote. That's not available on my tablet. Probably you have drawing board connected to your computer. Yeah, so I do draw with my tablet, but I'll show you why I choose the mouse option, because there's a problem with OneNote. And I actually have like 2,000 views on my channel that's not my Games with Gabe channel, because I posted a video of this to Microsoft and they still haven't solved it. So yeah, but it's all good. Okay, I'm going to actually nix that last phase real quickly. So we'll not do this for now. And then we'll fix that later, because it's going to slow things down way too much. Okay, so this should go pretty fast. It does go pretty fast. Cool. You can already see how it's broken over there. That's not good. Okay. So then if we trigger an update in here, we should see that it should flood and it's completely broken. And it, it lagged really bad, but look at that. Wait. And then we have another chunk border here. Okay, this is not very good. Okay, there we go. And then that updates too. Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of working, but not really. So I think the problem we had in the first place was that this goes across two. Oh, okay, wait a second. We need to rethink my problem. I see what the problem is now. The reason it didn't update properly last time, and I really don't like this solution that we have right now because it's super slow and it's clearly not good. But the reason it didn't work properly last time is because we have another chunk border here. And so we say that we need to update this chunk, but we never update this chunk. And so since the light level is correct from here on, so like it's correct all the way down to there, it never really fixes itself right here. Okay, that's good to know. So we'll have to do that. We'll have to fix that. Let's remove all this crap because it's really not that good. So let's do this. And then I'm going to add a commit on GitHub because I don't want to have to undo stuff again. So let's do this. Okay, calculate light sources. I think what we did was we just... Okay, we'll do that. Okay, I think... Okay, so that's all back in there. And then I think this is... Okay, yeah, we're removing this stuff now. That's fine. Thank God that Visual Studio has a giant undo history. Okay, so then this, we can get rid of this. Wait, no, can we? Yeah, we can get rid of that. But we want to keep that. Okay. And then we'll remove this. I think we should be back to where we were before. Okay, let's see if that didn't break things. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. It is good to read every now and then too, though, because there are things that you'll learn about that you had no idea about before. That's why I'm reading OpenGL 4.6 standards and stuff, the OpenGL Super Bible, because you learn about a lot of new stuff. So it is good to read every now and then too, just to catch up. Okay, so that's bad because he's just not checking neighboring chunks, but then when we update it, it's fine. Okay, and it's fine up to the point when we hit the next chunk, and then it breaks again. But if we update here, then it fixes itself until it hits this chunk. Okay. And I'm going to fix that real quickly because I don't like that. Okay, cool. So then if we break this guy, it fixes itself until we hit this chunk. And then it fixes itself when we do that. Okay, so I think the problem is we're just hitting multiple chunks. When we flood that back in, it works good. Yeah, so I think it's just like once it hits a second chunk, it just doesn't do it correctly for some reason. So then, yeah, this goes through and this updates here. And then once it starts updating here, it must get to the point where it like hits this. Huh. Okay, so then it gets to here, right? So it gets into here and it starts updating these guys. But then once it gets brighter again, yeah, okay, so then it gets to here and it sees that it's getting brighter. And so since it's getting brighter, it says, oh, I must be good now from here. And so it stops updating. And then what we basically need to happen is we just need it to do it in reverse now, except we need it to start from here. Okay, so I think what we need to do is we need to start going in reverse from all the points that we stopped. So we need to like create another queue that basically jumps back in and it starts flood filling this way and correcting itself, right? Because this, but wait, that's what we're doing. Sorry. I'm thinking about this. We have to be doing that though, because I'm pretty sure that's the way we designed it, right? No, we didn't design it that way. That's true. We just start updating this chunk again, and then he sees this light level and assumes that's the light level it needs inside of here. Oof, okay. Oh, and you'll see that the physics breaks sometimes, but I kind of fixed it, so, yeah. Okay, let's see. Don't sit around reading, true, but when you're starting out. Yeah. Where do you start? Choose a game. That's a good idea. What do I do if I have no idea of game development? Yeah, just like Voxler said, like just start coding a game. It doesn't matter what game. Start with something easy. Pong. That's the simplest you can do. And then once you get that good, try Tetris. It's actually pretty complicated the first time. Once you can do that, start with Mario. And once you can do that, and then just kind of move up. So I'm gonna take a break real quickly, guys. So I'll be right back, and I'm gonna think on this for like maybe 5-10 minutes, and we'll revisit this and see if I can figure this out. So I'll be right back, and then we'll continue where we left off. Okay, I'm back. So I think I have an idea. We're gonna go back to the drawing screen and expand our problem a little bit more so that we can understand how this works and hopefully get this to work properly. Yeah. let's try making Pong in C++ first. Go for it, man, if you want to. Okay, so I think C++ is a great language, by the way, but it's hard if you're beginning because you don't know which parts to use and stuff. Okay, anyways, let's go back to the drawing screen real quickly and expand our problem a little bit more. So what we essentially have right now is, let's imagine we have another chunk border here. This is fine. We don't actually have a problem with this, but let's expand our problem more. And you're like, why am I making this more complex when we can't even solve this part? Well, I'm making it more complex because I think this will actually help us solve the actual problem here. So let's imagine we have this, and then we have another chunk border here. And let's imagine this also has a light source that's coming in like here. So let's go back. This was, okay. So we'll reset all this. We have a light source here, right? This is 5, 4, 3, 2, 3. That should be 1. Okay, so this is 4, 3, 2, 1, 3, 4, 3, 2. And then let's say we go back up 3, 4, 5. Okay, cool. So let's imagine this is our situation, right? How do we want to solve this? Let's do this. So we have this, we have this. The reason I'm making this more complex too is because I think this will highlight what the real problem is. Okay. So we update this guy, right? Because we placed a block there. He goes to 0. He marks all his neighbors. They all go to 0. And they mark their neighbors. But what we do is we say, oh, we have to do this chunk later. We have to do this chunk later. We just save them. We don't actually complete them yet. So we do that. Then we keep going, right? So then they all get marked to 0 and set their neighbors. Okay, that's all good. They all mark their neighbors and get set to 0. Okay. Then finally we finish this chunk. Technically it would have gone into other chunks over here and stuff too, but we don't care about that because the concept is the same. Okay. So then we go into this chunk. He says, I'm wrong, because he looks over there. So then he sets himself to 0 and marks his neighbor. He's right, so then it stops. Then what we need to do is we save this. Save this point. Okay, same thing over here. Then he says, oh, I'm wrong. He sets himself to 0, his neighbor. Then we need to say save this. So these are points that we need to start reverse flood filling, right? So once we get to here, then we go backwards again. And so then it flood fills from here. So he goes to 1, then he updates, he goes to 1, he updates, and then we're completely good. And this way we should be good, because even though this chunk technically is affecting it, we don't have to go all the way into it. We just have to get to this point, because this is where it starts affecting. And so, yeah. And basically what we need to make sure is that like it propagates. So basically if it goes back into here, then it would propagate back this way if it needs to, and propagate until it settles. And I guess you're kind of seeing how this is very much like a cellular automata, right? Because this is very similar to how those things work, right? You basically have these propagating motions and this emergent behavior from the way they interact with each other. Okay, so let's go back to the main stream. Okay, so I think this will work. We will see. Okay, cool. So, basically, this means we don't really need a third pass. I mean, I guess we kind of do, because we still need to do like our lighting stuff. But I don't think that matters. I don't know. Once we add lights, we'll worry about that stuff later, right? So what we need to do is once we get to the other chunks, we need to find out where they stop. So like basically when we do this, we need to say, tell me where you stop. So this needs to return some sort of like position within its chunk. And then it needs to start going backwards is what we need to do. So I'm trying to think of what the best way to do this would be. So let's go up here. And this will return... I don't know though, because I'm trying to think of this, because basically we just want to keep going from within that chunk and then start going backwards again. So like we want to update ourselves and then just start going backwards again, I guess. So what that means is once we get to the end of this, if we've been zeroing out, let me switch back to this screen, because basically what we want to happen, I'm trying to think. So basically when we go up into here and then we start updating this chunk, we get to here. And what I think we can do is we can just immediately start going backwards. We don't even have to start updating this chunk. We can just go back into here. And so then he'll go back and then like back and forth until it settles. And then it'll start over here and then back and forth till it settles. So that means we don't even have to return anything. We can just say, we don't have to save this. This is my mouse now. Oh, and here, let me show you too why I select that thing. So if I don't have that thing selected and I start drawing, let's see. Oh, I think you have to wait. Let's see. I don't know. Microsoft is weird, but there's like some setting in here, I think, which basically screws things up. Let's see. Include ink to source. I'm not really sure now. I don't know. Basically, though, whenever I would do this, and I think it's this thing. I think I have to do that. Nope, still not working. Yeah, well, this is the reason I select that thing, is because it doesn't work without it, I guess. But before, like when I would use OneNote's default settings, if I drew, it would like lag horribly and just not work right. Okay, anyways, that's besides the point, though. So basically, we just want to, once we get to this point, we just want to start going backwards immediately. And like self-correcting. So once we finish this, right? So this is not, so while this is not empty, whatever, we keep going until we can't go anymore. I'm trying to think of how this is going to work, right? The reason I'm not sure how this is going to work is, let's expand this problem a little bit more. Oh, I'm not even on the code screen. Sorry. But yeah, let me expand this problem a little bit more. This is actually probably a good thing. So the reason I don't know quite what to do is if we expand this to like say we had this screen and this was a little bit bigger. Okay, and this is all a chunk border. Okay. Then what we could end up with is something where it's like, so this was 5, 4, this would be 3, right? This would have been 3, this would have been 5, 4, 3, 2, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, right? We could end up with something like this. And then once we start updating this, we could see, we would start updating from here, right? And then we would say, oh, this is wrong, update neighbors. These are wrong, update neighbors. This is wrong, update neighbors. Okay, yeah, wait a second. So then we get to this point. And this is the last one we checked. Wait, no, these would be right. Wait, sorry. Okay, let's redo that. So this is 3, 5, 4, 3, 2, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1. Okay. So we would basically say this is wrong, update your neighbors. So he would go to 0. Whoops. And then these guys would say, I'm wrong, update your neighbor. So he would go to this. He would go to this. But then we'd get to this point, right? And then we would say, oh, I'm right. So I guess what we could do is we could see which light source is correct. So if we get to this point and he's correct, then we add him to the block we start. And then we just start propagating from him. And we do the flood fill from there. I think that's what we want to do. Okay, so let's try that out. So let me switch the screen one more time. I'm gonna catch up on chat real quickly. Okay. Yeah, Microsoft is using all of its resources on Minecraft. Okay, so basically we need to go until we see that it's correct. And what we can do is we can say glm ivec3 block that's, whoops, that's correct. I tried to do an apostrophe there. That's not good. So we'll initialize this to a -1. And that will basically just tell us that, hey, I don't know, we'll do like negative int max, because, right? Okay, int 32 min. That way, that'll be our flag that tells us this is not right. Okay, cool. So block, that's correct. So we continue through here. And then we eventually get to a point where it's like, this is the correct light level, right? Yeah, so we get to this point where we're basically saying if the block's light level does not equal the new light level. Okay, so otherwise it is the, so this says it is correct. So otherwise, if this dot light level does equal the new light level. So if this is correct, we want to start propagating backwards from here, right? Well, we want to mark the correct block to start propagating backwards from. And then we also want to say, and the new light level is not 0, because if the new light level is 0, that means then all the other blocks would be correct anyway, so it doesn't matter. And this is only if it's not skyblock, so that's good too, because skyblocks are kind of fine anyways, I think. Okay. So then we need to figure out which neighbor is the correct light level. So we would say if top neighbor light -1 equals the new light level. And I think these should all be fine. Yeah, okay, cool. Then the top one is the one that's our correct one. So then we would say block that's correct equals the top neighbor, which is just this x, y plus 1, z. Okay. Which we'd say is glm ivec3. And we need to wrap all this stuff up into a loop at some point. But yeah. Okay, otherwise if... yeah, and it doesn't matter if there's multiple correct blocks because we just need to pick one. Yeah, so this should be fine. Otherwise, if bottom neighbor is the correct one, then we'll set it to that. Whoops. Copy paste that. This will be -1. We'll copy paste that 4 times. This will be left neighbor. This will be right. This will be top, front and back. Okay. So then if the left one's correct, we go z-1. If the right one's correct, we go z+1. If front's correct, we go x+1. If back's correct, we go x-1. Okay, cool. So that sets the block that is correct. And basically we're going to stop after this, right? Yeah, because we check and see if the light level's changed. If it hasn't, then we just sort of stop. And this should be what we're looking for, I think. Okay, so then what we can do is if... Okay, yeah. So then what we can do is we can start propagating backwards. So then we can say if block that's correct does not equal our int 32 min. I think that's what I did. Then we found one that's correct. And then we basically want to do the local position, all this stuff. Or actually, wait, it's somewhere up there. Okay. Then what we want to do is something similar to this, because the block that's correct could technically be in another chunk. So we want to do something similar to this, where we basically do all this stuff, which is fine. Okay. So we say world position equals that plus the X that we found, which is the block that's correct.x, block that's correct.y, and then that plus the block that's correct.z. Okay. And then this is the chunk we need to update. And then we basically need to get that chunk data. And then we need to say update that. Okay. And we're going to do that. Okay, I have no idea what's going to happen. We are truly going somewhere deep in the woods with this. Okay. Okay, so then we're going to give it the chunk block data. We're not going to be zeroing out now. We're going to be saying that's true. It doesn't like that. Oh, we already passed that. We want to pass it this thing. Okay. So, and then we're going to pass it an empty set. Okay, so then that should restart the process, except the other way. Let's see what happens. I have no idea if this is going to work or not, but we shall see. Basically, I just want to get it to a point that it's working. And if we find a point where it's working, it's a lot easier to start. Okay, we get an infinite updates here. That's good. If we can get it to a point that's working, it's like then you can start simplifying things a lot easier. So what's happening here? Why did it do the infinite updates? Oh, did I get this wrong? I might have gotten this wrong. Nope, that's right. Int 32 min. Okay. Oh, should I be checking if that's not equal? Yeah, I'm doing not equals. Okay, cool. So we're checking to see if we did find that one that's correct. And we check and see, it only checks, okay, if the light level's the same and the new light level is not 0. Okay. Oh, and we're zeroing out. That's what we want to do. Okay, cool. So that should be fine. Now I think that's sort of our exit condition. Because we only back propagate once, I think. Yeah, okay, so we're not getting that now. It's good. It's, okay, cool. It loaded. It's good. Let's see down here. It looks correct down here. If we go through here, that's incorrect just because of things that we'll fix at another point in time. If we hit this, we get an invalid position. Okay, let's assume that this is okay. We'll hit continue. Okay, we'll just keep continuing. Where's this coming from? Let's check that first of all. 16, Y is 254. Oh, I just need to use the local position there. Yeah, so I think I can get the local, there we go. We can get the local position just by doing this. Which is this guy. We'll get rid of that. And that. And this is, yeah, that's fine. And then this is this. Okay. Cool. So I think that should be fine. Now we have the local position. Let's see if this does. Going forward, sees a bug. Me? Nope. Let me go back. Yeah. I'm getting to that point too, because we're going way too deep here and it's just getting more and more complex, which is not good. Soon this is going to be like a system of its own. I'm guessing this is why Minecraft's water is so buggy, because They just kept going, and then eventually they got something. They're like, yeah, that looks good. And then they were like, let's leave it and never touch this again. I've reached the 15K channel points. Nice. Okay, so let's see what happens when we break this. Nope, we still hit this. Local X is 0. 16. We're coming from here. That's correct too. So we get negative 10, negative 10, negative 10. We do that. So Z is 16. Oh, it's because I never passed that in. Then we do local position here for this. Okay, let's try this again. Is it gonna work? Who knows? We'll see. I love how the loading has just become like super slow, and then it just instantaneously all loads. I have no idea why it's doing that, but you know, it's all good. We don't care. Okay. And then we get an infinite stack. Yeah. So what starts this infinite stack? So we go here. Then we go here. Okay, so then that calls that, and then this calls, and then we get the same place. Okay, so then we get like the same thing again. So this position, we should be setting 0 out to true here. Oh, I should be checking if it's not 0. Wait, okay. I should be setting that to false. I think that's what my problem is. Yeah, this should be false. Okay, now we should be good. Okay, let's see what happens now. Okay, there we go. It just took even longer. Okay, so we're in here and we hit this block. Okay, okay. Okay, almost. What happens if we cover it though? That's the real question. Ah, no, it's not working. So what should happen is it should like propagate forwards. We should hit this point, see that it's right, and then we should say, oh, now let's go backwards, and then it should go backwards. And start setting the values according to this value, which would be like 1, 0. Oh, wait, but what would happen is it would go to here, then it would start hitting to 0, and then it would just stop, because... Wait, yeah, because then it would see this light level. Wait, no. These should all be 0s at this point. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, guys. Let's do this. Let's simplify our problem. I don't even know. This is a complicated problem, and I think I'm just overcomplicating things, which makes it even more of a difficult problem than it really is, and it just keeps kind of feeding back on that. Let's see. Not implementing a feature is better than implementing a feature and it being too buggy that no one even uses it. What are those bits for? Yeah, shouldn't they be 0 anyways? Which bits? Or am I seeing something different than you guys? Or are you just mentioning, you might just be mentioning what I mentioned. Yeah, they should be 0 anyways. That's what I was thinking too. Let's go back to the drawing screen. Okay, we are going back and we will figure this out. Twitch, okay. Okay, so let's do this again. And then we're gonna simplify the code to do exactly what we do here, okay? So this is what the state is when we have this block open. We have 4s, 3s, 2s, and then let's say this is a chunk border too. We'll make it a nice even 3x3. So technically that means that this chunk border would be up here, which is fine because we can actually work with that. So let's do that. And then we're gonna do this algorithm completely by hand and see what happens, okay? So that we can map it back to real code and have it just work. Okay, so, and then we're gonna ignore this chunk. Well, I mean, let's not ignore it. He deserves some love too. Okay. We'll go 3, 2, 1, 0, 2, 1, 0, 2, 1, 0. Okay. That's an interesting thing, first of all. We can just go in a single direction until we hit 0. Yeah, but it doesn't really work that way. Never mind. Okay. Let me just ignore that thought. So we update this block. I'm going to move my microphone real quickly. We update this block. That tells the system, hey, something's wrong here because this is no longer correct. Sorry if I'm like sniffling a lot and stuff too. I'm trying to avoid the microphone when I do that, but it's just allergies. Okay. So this is wrong. We say, check your neighbors and see who else would be affected by this. He checks. He says, well, it looks like you're bad. You are bad. You are bad. And you are bad. Okay. Then we set him to 0. Okay. Then we started with him. So then he goes and he checks his neighbors. And he says, you took your value from me. You took your value from me. You took your value from me. And then he sets himself to 0. Then, since we've queued it up sort of right, top, bottom, whatever order, we would end up hitting this 4 next. And then he would say, you took your value from me, you took your value, you took your value. And then he sets himself to 0. So at this point, this is where we would begin the flood fill from this side. So then this gets saved to do calculate later, basically, right? So we'll just sort of ignore that. Let's see. And then we also go... I'm using orange for that. Okay. So then we would go to him. He would say, you took your value. You took your value. There should be a 3 there. You took your value. He would do the same thing to those two. And then all those 4s would get set to 0. Let's add a 3 here too. So then we would set to 0, set to 0. Okay. Then what happens is he would say, let's do this blue. You took your value, but it doesn't matter because we've already saved this point. So it's going to begin from here. And we're not going to worry about him. Maybe we should, though. So I don't know. We'll ignore it for now. So we just sort of ignore all that stuff. We ignore that. We ignore that. And then all those get set to 0. Okay, so 0s all around. Then what happens is we say we have nothing left in this chunk to check. So we're good. We go to the next chunk, which happens to be this guy. So he goes and he says, I'm starting from here. Who's wrong? And then he looks and he says, you are wrong. You are wrong. You are wrong. Technically, it's you could be wrong for all these guys. Okay, so then we set him to 0. Then all these 2s are going to check, right? Yeah. So these 2s start to check. He says, you are wrong. He says, yeah, okay, we'll do that. Well, actually, no. Wait, yeah. Well, he says he's wrong. He sets himself to 0. Trying to think. Yeah, that's right. Okay, cool. So then he says, you are wrong, and he sets himself to 0. Okay. And then he says, you are wrong and you are wrong, because they could take their value from him. And he sets himself to 0. But then he says, you're right. That one's correct. So, or actually, yeah, what happens here is we check all of our neighboring values. We see that this value is correct. Yeah. And we say, who'd we take this value from? And then we find out. We say, oh, we took our value from here. And then I think this is the block we're saving. And this could be the root of our problems. So then we say we took you from here. And then we say start back propagating from here. But that's kind of a problem because we actually need to start back propagating from myself. Yeah, so instead of doing that, let's do, we say, oh, I'm actually correct. I'm going to start from myself. And then what he does is he goes and he says, okay, let's go backwards now. And so he goes, left is good, right is good, but bottom's not. So then he goes, you should be 1. And then he goes and he says, oh, everything else is good. So then it stops. Then it moves on to this chunk. Same process, then it stops. Okay, so I think this is where our problem is. We're saving the wrong value, which could be very good. So we might actually be about to solve this. Whoops, sorry. We shall see. I don't know. Let's switch screens and try and code this. CGL clan coding sometimes makes you think I hate my life. Nah, I love problems like this because it takes a lot, you know, and there is no one problem that's easy. So that's good. But that still shouldn't make those values brighter, right? They should still be at least as dark as the one where we are start seeing the bug. No? No, because if we save the wrong bug or the wrong block. So let's go back to this real quickly. So we had been saving this block, right? And then he starts back propagating from here, but he would look down here and he would see that this guy is right. And so then he would just stop immediately. And then it wouldn't actually back propagate throughout the rest of it. So then we would end up with incorrect values all around. Wait, but yeah, I see what you're saying now. So let's check the code. Let's see if the code is actually doing what I think it should be doing. And if it's not, we'll adjust it. Oh, I didn't even switch screens too. Sorry about that. But yeah, we can't see OneNote. Yeah. Sometimes I click it because on OBS, here, we're going to go into like Inception mode. So in OBS, I've got this screen, which is the one that I'll be switching to. So I'll click this, but then I won't click transition. And so then you guys won't actually see the transition. But yeah. Okay, let's go back to here. So we're back on the main screen though. Last part wasn't important too much anyways, because I see what you're saying. So let's just double check the code and make sure it's doing what we think it should be doing. Because when I did it by hand, that's how it should work, and that works correctly. A whole new level is Baba is you. Yeah, right? So let's go through this code. So when we update a block's light level, we first of all check to make sure it's in range, right? And then we check to see if it's an error block. So that's all fine. Then we say that there's a block that's going to be the correct block that we back propagate from. We should call this the back propagate block. And then we'll adjust from there. So then we have a queue or a map of chunks that we're going to update, and the position we're going to start from within that chunk. And then we have a queue of, or a set of blocks that we've already checked so that we don't duplicate the blocks that we've already checked and start checking the same blocks again. Then we have our blocks to update. These blocks are the blocks that we need to update still that we haven't actually checked yet. So we push this, and these queues kind of interchange. As this one empties, this one fills up. Okay. And I guess, yeah, this should be a queue, and this is a set because we don't really care about duplicate values. Cool. So we push the initial block. So we're starting at that block that we just updated, right? We get it. We put it into the blocks that we've already checked because we're checking it now. So we're like, okay, we've already checked this block. Then we check the XYZs, blah, blah, blah. We check and see if it's in range. If we've gotten to a block that's not in range, we put it into the chunk queue and we say we need to update that chunk too. So then it'll do that at the end of the loop, but then we just continue on because we don't care from here. Okay, so then we do this whole thing. We check and see if we're at an error block. If it's not an error block, we stop propagating. So this just stops and continues. And it's already been added to the blocks that we've checked because we do that immediately. So yeah. Now this is where the magic happens, right? So then we get all of the neighbors. We say this light level has not changed. And what we do is, first of all, we check and see if this should be a sky block. This should be a sky block if the top neighbor is an air block and the top neighbor is a sky block. And if that's true, then we say if we're not already a sky block, we have to set ourselves to be a sky block. And then we say that this light level has changed. In actuality, I don't think this part actually matters at all because it shouldn't be affected. So I think we could just remove this, because all the sky blocks get set before this. So all the sky blocks should already be correct. So if we did this, we should get the same output from our code that we're getting now. So let's check and see if that's true. Oh, yeah, and I have to fix that because we changed this to back propagate block. So let's just fix that. I really need to roll this up into a loop because this is horrible. Okay, and then fix that. And fix that. And we're good. We're almost good. We're good. Okay, let's do this now. So we should get the same output because that really shouldn't be doing anything since all the sky blocks are set in that first pass. And it should, yeah, should be good. So let's see. Okay, so far it looks good. Yep, so far it looks good. And if we go through here, this is wrong because we're kind of messing up on chunk borders, but that's fine because we can see that this is correct. So this sky block is propagating and it's going down to here. So then if we update this, yeah, we do get updated correctly. Cool. So this is all still working the same way. And then if we update this, we still update correctly here. Okay. And then if we were to update this, it's broken. I wonder what happens if we close this off though. Okay, then it updates and it correctly. Okay, yeah. We still get the same functionality though. That's what I was going. So that's really doing nothing. So we can remove that code. So we'll say we don't have to worry about skyblocks because those have been set properly already. Okay, so then we'll remove this out of this and we'll format that. Okay, cool. So we do that. This light level has not changed yet. So check if the new light level is correct. So we basically say this light level has not changed yet. We check all the neighbors. This is what the light level should be. So we check all the neighbors. And then we say if we are not the correct light level, if we're not zeroing out, we set it to the correct light level. So this corrects it. Otherwise, we say this light level has changed. Sorry. Okay. Just trying to think this through. So yeah, I think this is right. If the light level is not the new light level, then we say zero it out or don't zero it out, right? Or actually we just say if not zeroing it out, then we just set it to this. Oh, wait, should we say else? I think we should be saying that. That might be our problem, but let's keep going through. We are indeed 2 hours in, but it's all good. Okay. So we zero it out if we want to zero it out. I think this might have been the problem, but let's just keep checking, right? So we say otherwise, if the new light level does equal the light level, so we've hit the appropriate light level, and the new light level is not zero, and we are zeroing it out, then we want to set this as the back propagation block. So we figure out which one. No, yeah, so we don't even need to do this according to our algorithm. So let's comment this out. So we'll say back propagate block equals this guy. And we should be good. So we'll do that. Then we'll say if the light level has changed, then we want to make sure that we add our new blocks to the queue. So we set the light level to the appropriate light level. We set the color. We check and see if it's a sky block. If it's not, or no, we check to see if it's zero, because if it's zero, then we don't need to keep updating around it. And then we skip the block if it's a skylight, so we don't check it if it's a skylight, and we don't check it if we've already checked it. And then we just push all the updates to the queue. Oh, we do zero out here. Wait a second. Does it matter where we zero out? I don't think it matters, but we were doing it already, it looks like. If we do it here, does that affect anything? Yes, because we can't tell if we've zeroed it out. Okay, so that's the reason I wasn't doing that there. Okay, so we can remove that and that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. We set it to the light level has changed. Okay, so this is all still good. Okay, and then we basically push all the blocks that need to be updated to the queue. Okay, I think this is good, yeah. And we check to see if it's 0 before we actually zero it out to see if we can stop. Then we say if we're zeroing out, we zero that light out. And this is after this light level has changed. So we only change... I'm trying to think if that's right. So we only change it if we're... Yes, and that's true too, because we're basically just saying if it's not equal to the new light level, yeah. And then we change it. So only if it's changed do we zero it out. Okay. So then after we finish all that, this should be outside the loop. Okay, that's outside the loop. That's good. We basically check to see if we've gotten a back propagation block. If we did get a back propagation block, we get its world position, we get the chunk that we need to update, and then we just immediately start updating from there and back propagating. And we say, use its position, don't pay attention to internal blocks only, and then we say we are not zeroing out, we're actually setting. Okay. And then we just let the chunks that we've already checked be empty. So that's fine. Okay, then we go through all the chunks and we do the same thing. Let's see if this fixes it. I don't know, because we've kind of changed a couple things. So we go through here. Okay, let's go down to here. So this is all correct. We are incorrect over here. There we go. We've corrected it. This is all correct. So if we break this, we all become bright. Man, that just lagged horribly though. So we're definitely gonna have to fix some stuff. But yeah, that became correct. That all looks good. Now if we place a block, no, we're still not getting dark. Okay. Man, I don't know what I could be doing. What I'm thinking is that it's possibly doing the thing that we talked about earlier where it's taking this value from this chunk and assuming that this is correct, but I don't know. Trying to think. Let's go through the algorithm one more time. Just make sure that this is absolutely correct. Because it might actually not, this algorithm could be correct. And the problem is that this is fine. When we place the block, we're just doing something incorrect there. So we just make sure that the block is in bounds, right? Yeah, we set the back propagation block to be nothing. So we might not have to back propagate at all. That's fine. We reset the chunks to update. Wait a second. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So we reset the chunks to update. We say while we have blocks in the queue to check, we get the first block. Let's go through our algorithm and actually update our grid a little bit. I don't know. I don't want to do that. That's a lot of work. I might have to do that on my own time if we can't get it fixed. But yeah. So if it's out of bounds, we add this to the list of chunks that we have to update, and we only add it if it's not already there. That way we start from the block that we hit. Okay. Then we say, if we're not at an air block, we just skip it. It doesn't matter. Okay. Now we get all of the neighbors. Then we say, we might not have to change this light level. So we get all the neighbors, and this could be wrong because we've updated skyblock. So if we're not a skyblock or something anymore, we could have an incorrect value. So in this case, we would say like, oh, we shouldn't actually be 5 anymore. We should be 0. or we should be 3 is what it would look like. So we would say like new light level, and we check and see. We say if we're not at the new light level and we're not zeroing out, we do that. But otherwise, we just say that this has changed. Do you think you see something, Voxelorus? If you do, don't hesitate to say so. Okay. Otherwise, if we do have the correct light level and the new light level is not 0 and we're already zeroing out, we set the back propagation block to be this block. Okay. Yeah, so this would be like if we hit that 2 and we see, oh, this 2 is actually correct. Okay. I'm tempted to just put like an else clause in here and zero it out and see if that works, but that shouldn't matter because if we get into here, this will be set to true. That's true. That means that we will enter into this if statement. And if we enter into this if statement, we will definitely hit this line. And then this will set it to 0 anyways. So it shouldn't matter that this is up here. But maybe it does. Oh, wait, you know what we're doing? We're not even checking the neighbors to see if they have the light level that was taken from us. We should be checking one more thing in here. So we should be checking if the top neighbor's light level was taken from our light level. And if it was, then we say we need to update it. So let's add that and see if this is what we've been missing. So and the top neighbor dot light level and 31 equals our light level, which is what is this light level? This is the new light level. Well, no, we want to look at our original light level. Yeah, so we want to check this. -1. Okay. So I think this is what we want. So if the top neighbor's light level is our light level -1, then we add it to the blocks that we need to check. Same with the bottom, and so on. Left, and then I'll change all those too. Right, front, and back. So let's see what happens. Okay. It's all good. We might need to add like another and in there just to do this only when we're zeroing out, but I don't know. Okay, let's see what happens now. Essie Woods, are anyone interested in working on a game themselves or is more interested in working on game engine? Neither. Yeah. I think the reason I like game engines is just because the interesting problems, I have a really bad tendency to like finish solving the hardest part of the game. And then once I have it solved, I'm like, okay, I'm done now. And then I don't do anything else after that, which isn't good. Okay, so CPU's not working. That's good because that just tells us I'm going to exit out of that. But this clearly isn't correct. Let's just see what happens when we do that. And that. Okay, we're getting some really weird stuff now. Yeah, I think we need to add one more and in there. I think what's going on is we just need to make sure that this only happens. And we're zeroing out. Yeah. So this should only affect it if we're zeroing out. Let me just make sure this is correct, right? Okay, so when do we push a block that needs to be updated? So we check and see. If we haven't checked this block, and this block's light level is not... Okay, I can remove this too. This was some old code. Oh, this could be a problem too. This was some old code that shouldn't be in there. This was when I was doing the checking blocks differently. And that could totally be what's wrong with our whole system. Dude, if this is it, I am really pissed off at myself for not changing stuff the right way. This is why you don't copy paste stuff too. Okay, let me make sure that this is all. So If we haven't already checked this block, which is what that old code was doing, but in a bad way, and the back neighbor's not a skylight, yeah, and it's an air block, okay, and it equals our light level minus 1, and we're zeroing out, right? Yeah, so we only do this when we're zeroing out. Yeah, I think that's what we want to do. Let's do the same thing here. And we'll do that. And we add 1 there too. Yeah, okay. So let's do that too. So we'll do that. That. I really think that that bad bit of code could have been the one thing that was breaking everything. Oh, that would be annoying if it was. Let's see what happens now. Okay. So we go. That all updates. That's good. Looks like we're still getting weird stuff in here. What happens if I do this? It's updating a lot faster, but it's still not quite right. I think it's because of that last line of code we just added too still. So what were we saying when we were doing our diagram? We were saying, okay, we update it if the block next to us is equal to our light level minus 1. And we were zeroing out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is right. Maybe we just need to be anding this with 31 too, so that we're getting... let's do this. We'll do bottom light level instead of that. Yeah, I think that's probably better because this makes sure that it's like anded with 31 already. Oh, wait, no, wait. This is fine. Pretty sure this is fine. Just double check. This should be anded with 31 though. Basically, if we get to this point, this should just not be a sky block, I think. We'll see. Let's do this. We'll say int our light level equals block data array expansion dot light level and with 31. Okay. If our light level is not the new light level, then we set our light level to the new light level. Blah, blah, blah. That's good. Otherwise, if our light level equals the new light level and the new light level is not 0, then we do that stuff. Okay, that's good. Then down here, we need to say if our top neighbor's light equals our light level minus 1, and we're zeroing out. Okay, and then we do the same thing here. Our bottom neighbor's light equals our light level minus 1. Okay, our left neighbor's light equals our light level minus 1. If our right neighbor's light equals this, and our front neighbor's light equals that, and finally our back neighbor's light. Okay. That's what it should be, I think. Now let's see. Have I eaten breakfast, Gabe? I have not. Can you guys hear my stomach growling over the microphone? Okay. But it's fine. I usually don't eat breakfast anyways, and I like eat lunch at like 11 or 12, so it's fine. But Langor is not necessarily... Oh, you guys are talking about games and stuff. Okay. So let's do this. And let's see what happens. Okay. Still looks like it's wrong. Yeah, it still looks like it's wrong, I think. Yeah, I think what's happening is that last little bit that we had there. It's got to be this last bit, right? Let me just think about this one more time. So we want to add it to the queue if we're zeroing out and, oh, we want this to be an OR. And we want to wrap all that up in parentheses. I think this is what's wrong. Okay. So all this or that. Let's do all of this or that. Okay, same thing here. And same thing here. And then same thing here. Okay, so should be good there. Am I a wizard at the kitchen? I am not. I can cook if I need to, and like I can cook some pretty good stuff if I really want to, but I really hate cooking. So I typically don't cook a lot, which is bad. I need to start cooking more because I eat a lot of garbage and it's just not good. Okay, I think that worked. Yeah, cool. And except for that, we'll ignore him. He's good now. Okay, cool. So that updated properly though. Let's see what happens when we do this. Why? Okay, it's still not updating. Oh. You should be updating. This should be going and then zeroing and then being done. Is it because of... There's one more thing that I think that I might be missing, which is we need to do like not zero out here. Let's add that in. Let's just see what happens. Okay, and we're gonna do this. Okay. There. And there. And there. Okay, now let's see what happens. Langors, you are the same. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. I wish I liked, I don't know. It's just like once you finish working all day and stuff, I just can't force myself to go cooking something. Even if it's like literally something that I just have to put in the microwave. I'm like, I would rather just not do it, which is really bad. Just keep adding checks. Eventually it will work. Yes, that is the hope. Okay, so it looks all correct. That's good. Up until that point, which is fine. We'll just ignore that. Oh, come on. Come on. It's just gotta work, right? If we close this up, it works fine. I'm pretty sure, right? Like if we do this. No, it's still not working fine. That's not good. Nope. But if we close this up, it's still not working fine. What if we do that? What the heck? It's still not updating. That's really weird. I wonder if it's updating over here. Okay, it does update over there. So if we do this and then we update in here, there we go, then it updates. And then if we do that, it's all correct. If we do this, wrong. If we update that and then here, yeah, we get the same problem. Yeah, so it looks like it's still doing that thing that was happening earlier, but it shouldn't be because we kind of do that first zero out phase, right? Which should be setting it to 0 is what I would think. But okay, let's think about this logic one more time. So we add a block to the queue. If we're not zeroing out, first of all, and we haven't checked it, should this be there regardless of the zeroing out phase? I think that should be there regardless of the zeroing out phase. So that, okay. So we add this to the queue if we haven't checked it and it's not a sky block and it's not an air block. Yeah, so these should be fine regardless of whether we're zeroing out or not, right? So we should be good for all this stuff. Just removing that real quickly. Okay. So we add it to that. So if it fulfills all these qualities, right? We haven't checked it yet, and it's not a sky block and it is an air block. We need to add it to our queue. Or if its light level is our light level -1 and we are zeroing stuff out. I want to say, and it should fulfill all these qualities too. So I think what we want to do is we want to say, and it's this, or we're not zeroing out. Which I feel like we can probably simplify, right? No, I think that's what we want. Okay. So let's change these to ands. And we're gonna do this again. Let's see if this does it. Okay, so let's yeah, we'll just keep doing that. So and this or this. Okay, same thing here. Or this. Same thing here. And same thing here. Okay, let's see what happens now. One of these changes is gonna do it, right? One time. I've built more tunnels in these streams than I ever have done in Minecraft, yeah. Now, I've definitely done more in Minecraft. I've put in a lot of hours into that game. But those tunnels just worked right. So that's one thing Minecraft had going for it. Okay, so it's all correct in here. Yep, until it hits that point, we don't talk about that. Where am I? Okay, let's break that. Okay, it fills it properly. Yep, we're all good. Then if I cover it, no, we're still getting the same thing. Is it because we have multiple propagation blocks? I'm trying to think about this. No, we should only ever have one back propagation block, right? Because we'll be back propagating from within our chunk. Let's just zero stuff out, and we won't even set it to the appropriate light level. Let's see what happens when we do that, okay? So let's comment that out, because that should zero everything out, and we should see it all go black. And if it's not, then we have something else that's wrong. I might have to break this block and then save it just so that we get the appropriate thing. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so you can see that the skylight is good. And then it's literally zeroed everything else out that it can see. I can't see. Okay, right here. Yeah, and it's zeroed out until it hits that sky block too. So that's good. Let's see if it does the same thing when we place a block. Okay, so looks like these light levels are gonna be bad. Let's just add a switch in here real quickly so that we can turn it on and off. We'll say like static bool 0 lights only equals false if input is key pressed or begin key press, GLFW key F, I think F1 isn't being used. 0 lights only equals not 0 lights only. Okay, so that should be fine. And then let's just add input up here. Input/input. To do, remove me. Okay, let's go back. There. Key begin press. Okay, so we do that, and then we'll just do this should be okay. Wait a second, this is already gonna break because technically we need to do something like, okay, this is getting more complicated than it needs to be, but we need to do this just so that we can tell whether this is working right. So we'll have like an extern bool 0 lights only equals false. Let's do that. We want that in the chunk actually. We'll do that right here. We can't set it here, so we'll copy that. We'll put it right there. False. Okay, and then we'll move this into a different file so that this actually gets updated. Wait, no, wrong thing. But we will remove that. Go into here. Go into the update method. Okay, we'll put this here. And then we'll say chunk. Okay, cool. So that should be good. And then if we go back into here and we go back down to where we had that, we can turn it on or off. Okay, so we had that, where that line we commented to. Here we go. So if okay, so then we'll say if not. Cool. So now we can turn this on and off. Let's see if it does it properly. Okay. Let's see. You always need to have game object. Okay, you guys are talking about Unity stuff. Cool. Let's go back here. So now we should be able to turn that on and off. I'll turn it on real quick. I don't think it's going to affect anything because I might have done it too late. No, I did it good. Okay, cool. Okay, so I'm going to press F1. What does that do? Okay, cool. Then I'm going to press it again. So that didn't change anything. Oh, am I pressing 1? F1. Okay, yeah. So there we go. It's on. It's off. Okay, cool. So now we have this. Let's see what happens when I place the block. So it's zeroed everything in this chunk out. Okay, wait a second. So we're making progress, guys. This is what's happening. Okay, it zeroed everything in this chunk out, but it didn't zero this stuff out. This stuff. Why didn't it go through here and start zeroing out? This is where our problem is. So if I were to hit F1 again, yeah. So what's happening is it's zeroing all this stuff out, but then it gets to this chunk and for some reason it thinks it's right. And then it just goes backwards and it fills everything in using that light level. Okay. Okay. So for some reason it's not doing the appropriate zero. When we update our chunks, this is, okay, so we do 0 out. Let's see. Internal blocks only, 0 out. We pass the same thing. Chunks already checked. Okay. So this should go through. Oh, it's because we're doing the back propagation first. We need to update all of our neighbor chunks and do the back propagation last. Let's see if that does what I think it should do. I think this might be our whole problem, guys. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, so if I go under, if I break this block, is it on or off? Okay, it's on. Cool. So now if I hit F1, it'll turn off that. And if we do this, no, okay, we're still not zeroing out this neighbor chunk. So this is still bad. This should be zeroing everything here out until it hits like something over there. So something is still wrong here. Why is it not zeroing that stuff out? I have to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, guys. So let's go back to the be right back screen. but I think we're getting really close. I think I found the right thing. This is the 10th time you've been in the yes. This is true, but I really think this is the time, okay? We will see in a minute. I'll be right back, guys, okay? Okay. Let's get back to this. I was trying to get this light out of my face, but I can't get this light out of my face. So it is what it is. It keeps like shining in my eyes and stuff. But whatever. I am inching towards the solution, and I think we know, because the whole time we were like, why isn't it zeroing out? Like it should be 0, but it wasn't. So yeah. Gabe, figure out what's happening. That's messing the lighting now. Now he needs to figure out what exactly in the code. Yeah. That's where we're at. So let's see. For some reason, like when we go to update the other chunks, they aren't actually zeroing those chunks out as well. And it's not because of this. So could it be just because of this? Like, is it actually working and we're just not doing this? Let me comment this out real quick. If that's it, I'll be really sad, because then that means that it's not working. But we'll see. And I'm commenting that out too. So let's see what happens. I did not mean to just quit. I don't know about enjoying the process. I'm trying to enjoy it, but you know. Okay, cool. So we're all good here. If we look under here, we're all good. If we hit this, it updates. Cool. Now if we hit F1, we turn it off. Okay, cool. So that wasn't the problem. So it's still not zeroing this stuff out. We should be getting zeros, and it should be going dark. Why are you not going dark once we hit the chunk border? So let's see why it would be doing that. Okay. So if our light level goes to the new light level. Okay, so that's marking the back propagation block. That's fine. If this light level has changed, which it should have when we hit the new chunk. Let's see if we hit this code at all. So technically we should be hitting that. I'll put a breakpoint in there after we set up. And then let's see if we hit that. And if we're not, something's happening. At least he's getting hyped now and then. Yeah. Okay, so if we go into here, it all looks good. We break that, it's fine. Now I turn this on. Let's go into here and put a breakpoint right here. We should get into here because we should have to update multiple chunks. 2 chunks, I think, is what we should be hitting. So we do that. We're hitting this. That's good. So this is -9, -9, -9, 3, 3, 3. I don't even know what that is, but I think we should hit 2. So there should, okay, there's just 1 in here. Which actually, that does make sense now that I think about it. So we are hitting that 1. And then what do? We say, we get the local position. And this should repeat it for that chunk. So then we go into there. This is still true. So we jump into here. Okay, so that's good. That is true. That's good. Okay, so we do all this stuff. And I think I already know what the problem's going to be. So we go through this, and I think it's going to say this light level is correct. Yeah, it's going to say this light level is correct, which is why it's not doing it. Why is it saying this light level is correct? Our light level is 26. The new light level should be 26. Okay. I know where the problem is. Let's go back to the drawing screen and talk about this. So, what's happening? Well, I was stupid and I didn't think about this. That's what's happening. So, what's happening is our situation is more like this. Let's remove all of this junk so that we can see a little bit better. Okay, and then we'll remove that too. And this. Okay. What's happening is we have something more like this. Let's say this is 3. We're drawing here. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1, 4, 5. Okay. This is 1. This is 1. And then let's say this is actually, I think, 5, 4, 3. Let's say we start with a 4 here. 4, 3, 2. Okay. And I'll just fix all this stuff too. This is 3, 3. That's a horrible 3. 2, 1, 0. 2, 1, zeros. Okay, and then this is a 1. And these are zeros. Okay, cool. Yeah, so this is more like what's happening. And let's imagine this is our sky block. So what happens? Well, we update this, right? Then we check its neighbors. This guy's 1 less, 1 less, 1 less. So we update all them. We say, or actually, we just update myself. We say, you're 0, check your neighbors. This is 1 less, 1 less, 1 less. So then these get set to zeros. They check their neighbors. This is 1 less, 1 less. So we say, here, check your neighbors. 1 less, 1 less, 1 less. So we hit this, but then we save this, right? We say, let's save this for later. These guys get set to 0 because we basically complete what we were doing. And then this is what happens. Then we get into this chunk. We say, check your light level. He checks his light level. He says, oh, I'm correct. Because he looks up there. But that should still back propagate, right? Because then he should mark himself as the back propagation block, and then we should go backwards. And we should be fine. I think it might be a little bit more complicated than that. I think... Yeah, let's do this. Let's say... reset this up again. So let's say we have a 5 here. 4, 3, 2... 1, 1, 2, 2. This is a 4, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 2. Okay, ones. And then these sort of join up. Yeah, I think this is probably a better idea. Okay, so we update him. He says, check my neighbors. He says these 3 neighbors need to be checked. So then we set him to 0. They say, I need to check these 2 neighbors. He sets himself to 0. He says, I need to check these 3 neighbors, sets himself to 0. Same thing here. Okay. Then he says, I need to check these 2 guys. He sets himself to 0. He says, I need to check this guy, and this guy. Well, actually, no. What? I'm trying to think. Because this should be the maximum -1. Did I set this up right? Yeah, the maximum was a 3, which was right here. So yeah, he says, I need to check this guy, and this guy. He sets himself to 0. We save this for later. We don't start yet. Then we do him. He checks these two and he sets himself to 0. We continue this chunk till we're finished. Then we check this guy. We check this guy. We say they're good because they're not one less than us. Then we just set ourselves to 0. We just set ourselves to 0 here. Then we get into here. And I think this is where the problem is. So we get into here. And he says, okay, I'm good according to all of this stuff. So then he sets himself as the back propagation block, right? Which means he would back propagate into here. So then this would become 1. And why is this bad? I'm trying to think of why this is bad. Because it's not actually zeroing this stuff out, right? Maybe I'm not setting this up right. Okay, let's set this up one more time. I promise we'll get here. I'm just checking the chat really quickly. Okay. Okay, cool. And I do have one note up. I was just making sure I had that up. Okay. Let's set this up one more time. Because what's actually happening is it like zeroes out in the middle here or something, right? We go like 5, 4, 3, 2, and then let's say this is where it bounces back up. And then we go 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do that. And this is 3, 2. This is 1. Okay, so then these would be zeros. Okay, so I think this is more akin to what we have. But it's actually, it's 1 more than this, right? Yeah, so let's move this up. We're going to do the 5 in the middle here again. So this is like 4, 3, 2. Yeah, I think this is better. Okay. This is 2. I'm going to lose what I was thinking about, the problem, and I'm not even going to realize what I thought the problem was pretty soon here because I can't tell if I'm actually on the right track or not. Okay, here we go. So we update this block. Okay. Yeah, so let's do this. So we update this block. He gets set to 0. We say to check our neighbors. We check all of our neighbors. So then this guy says he's influencing him and him, but we're just ignoring that. He sets himself to 0. We check him. He says he's influencing him, and him. We set him to 0. And we save this for later. Okay. Then we continue. He gets it to 0. He gets it to 0. We check him. We check him. We check him. We check him. They all get zeroed out. We're in here now. So, oh, and then we've set... We're in here now. And what did I do here? Okay, yeah. And 0 is still set to true. So he checks around him. He says, what should my light level be? It looks like his light level should be 0. Yeah, so he should zero out too. Okay, I'm beginning to think that this is all right. Like, it still seems like, let's just continue with the algorithm. So he says, I should be 0. He updates himself. He says, check my neighbors. And then they should check themselves, see that they should be 0 as well. Well, these two would say, oh, I should be 0. So they update themselves and then they say, check your neighbors. But then when we get to him, we see he's right. And so then he should start back propagating. And then that would be 1 and then continue. Yeah. Let's check the code again and make sure it's doing that because I don't think it is. I think this is where we're going wrong somewhere. So, okay. So we basically check all of our blocks. And then we zero ourselves out in this chunk completely. Then we go through our chunks to update and we say, check inside this chunk from where we started. And then we do the same thing. Let's run this again because something's not happening that's right here. Okay. Clearly something's happening that's not right here. I mean, right? Why not just state the obvious? Okay. So let's go down here. If we break this, I have to remove that breakpoint too because we don't want that right now. Okay. So if we break this, we light up the world. Cool. Then let's go put that breakpoint back. Okay, I'm gonna turn on the 0 out only. We hit this. Okay, we get into here. Our local position is some 0.37.4. Okay, so we're on a chunk border, that's good. And it's like the middle, so this is all correct. Okay, so then we go into here. Okay. So then we go and we check everything. We check all of our lights, and I think I'm remembering what I was getting at now. So new light level is 26. Our light level is 26. So we didn't actually change anything. Here is what we're saying. So we skip that. Then we set the back propagation block. Trying to think if this is right. I think this is right. So then we say we should start back propagating from this block. Is basically what we're saying here. Okay, let's go back to the drawing screen one more time. Promise this is going to be it. Okay. So what we've got here is actually more like So what we've got here is something like we've got this 5, 4, 3, 2, 2, and then let's say this was like a 5, 4, 3s, yeah, okay, I'm starting to see this now already. So maybe it makes sense that we're not zeroing this out, actually. Because what happens is, okay, so we say we zero this guy out when we place that block. We check all of our neighbors, zero them all out. That's all good. We check all of their neighbors, zero them all out. That's good. And we've already queued up this guy to be saved. Okay. We check his light level. His light level is correct. So we set him as the back propagation block. So what that means is now we should start going, okay, start from here. Set your neighbor and your neighbor to 1s, and then they go down until we hit here. And then we should go back into here. This should be a 1, and we should be good. Oh, wait, I'm not modeling our situation here good. Okay. What's really happening, I promise, is we've got 3 chunks, right? Let's remove these. We don't need these because the problem isn't that complex. Okay. So we've really got more light here, right? What's really happening is we're going something like this. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0 is what this would be. But then we have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. And all of this. So, and this isn't completely correct, is it? Wait a second, let me think. Yeah, so we basically got it right. It's going down here and then it goes back up. Somewhere in the middle here. This is our situation. So what should happen is we go set this to 0. Check our neighbors. Set these to 0. We've queued that guy to be checked. Set these to 0, check their neighbors, blah, blah, blah. Then we go into here. We say, what should his light level be? And his light level should be 1. So he basically says to 0 out is what should happen. And then he says, check your neighbors. And then he says, I should be 0'd out. Check my neighbors. Then we should set that as the back propagation block. And then basically we just do nothing from there. That's what should be happening. Because if we look at our scene again. Okay, let's redo this again. Yes, Voxel Riffs, I agree. I'm sure you guys know this feeling in coding, right? So if you wanted a true coding, how it really goes, this is definitely how it really goes. Okay, so we go down here. Everything looks correct, right? I want to remove that for now. Okay, so whoops. Okay, we're in here. We've just updated this. It updates all this, right? Yeah. So we're in here in this kind of, let's update this so that's all right. So we've got this part. It like goes darker, but then right here it kind of shifts and it starts going lighter again because it's getting light from here. So what should happen is we set all these to 0s, and then what's going to happen is this light level will still be like 26 or something right here, 26 right here. And this light level in front of me is going to be 27. Is it? It's going to be it's going to be 27 because it's still getting some light from here. Oh, hey Mike, how's it going? Thanks for rating, everybody. We are, oh, cool. Chicken Goat Pizza. Thanks for following. Chicken Got Pizza, I guess I should say. We're doing some boring stuff right now, so hopefully it'll be good. Trying to do lighting. I think, so I know how to model the problem a little bit better now. Let's go back to the drawing screen and see if we can model this correctly. Okay. What are we doing here today? We are, sorry, I'm just sort of reading through the chat. We are going through and trying to implement lighting, which is not as easy as I thought. Thank you, BTS Bubble, for following. That's awesome. It's a lot more complicated than I thought. So we're going to transition to the drawing screen and try and model what we're doing and see if we can solve this appropriately. So what we have here is like something more akin to this. We've got like, let's do this as a 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm trying to think. This is like lighting in Minecraft too, for those of you who just joined. Sort of how it works and stuff, but it's much more complicated and we're trying to figure out how it should work. Okay, so there's a point in the middle here where basically this starts going back up. Let's imagine it's like 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, right? Trying to think. I have to go back to our screen. Wait a second. Let's go back to the game one more time because I think I'm still not seeing this quite right. Okay, so let's start this. And we'll run this one more time and see if we can get this right. Which coding language? Yes, I am using C++ right now. So yeah, we're trying to get this working properly. There's a lot of problems that I didn't expect to encounter with lighting. Okay, yeah. So things like that, right? Okay. So this is what it's like, right? And the light level right here is like 26. So it's like 26 right here. And it should be going down, right? Each of these should be taking its brightest neighbor -1. You know, the problem might just be this stuff right here, like the fact that we have more blocks on top of us. I'm trying to think about this. Okay, so we've got like a light level of 26 right here. If I turn on the 0 out only right now. Okay, yeah. So this is where it's 26 right here. And then theoretically it should be like 26, then like 25 here. And then this would take its brightest neighbor, which would be this guy. So this would be like 25 and then 24, 23 is how it should be. So if we're looking at this, yeah, this should be getting zeroed out too. It's basically what I'm seeing. Let's hit a breakpoint in our code again and see if we can get this to work right. Yep. So I'm modifying the light levels in Minecraft right now. Well, no, I'm actually coding Minecraft right now, but it, like for my light level thing, that is what we're doing. Yep. Yep. The gradient of light level shading. Sort of. Yep. It's a complicated thing. And I thought it would be simpler, but we've spent 3 days on this and we're almost there. Okay, so if I go ahead and do this. Okay, let's put a breakpoint. Oh crap, I just exited out. Okay, let's hit a breakpoint for real next time. So we'll go into here. Wait for this to load in. There we go. Okay, so we'll go down here. I'm just going to update this so that this is correct. Okay. So then let's go into here and put a breakpoint right there. So if I place a block here and I put on that mode, we go into here. So we say update the block level. Okay, so we're going through. We get all of our neighbors' light levels. I have to see which neighbor is the one giving it the appropriate light level. So we get 0 there. And if we can sort of see what we're, that's not helpful. Okay, so we get 0 here. The front neighbor is 25. Our right neighbor is 0. Our left neighbor is 0. Our bottom is 0. Our top is 27. Okay, so our top is 27. And what is our light level? Our light level is 26, which is 27 minus 1. So that's correct. So I think the problem is we should be starting. Okay, I think I know what the problem is now. Let's go back to the drawing screen and try and do this. Okay, so I guess we do have a situation more like what I was modeling before. So we have something more akin to this. Okay. And let's say what's happening is we have something like 2, 1, 2, and then we'll update these levels too. And then this is going 0, or I guess we could just say this is also 1 or whatever, or 2, 3, 4, 5. There's like skylight over here too in the game world. That's why that's updated. So then this will be 2, 3, and then we'll make that 2, 1, 2, 1. Okay. So I think what's happening is actually what we do is we do like, so we check this block. He's wrong because we've just placed a block here. He should be 0. And we say we need to check all of your neighbors. So we do that. Then we go to check him. We say, you're wrong, check your neighbors. He goes and he does that. And then we would hit this one next is what we should hit. I'm trying to think if this is right because technically, yeah, we should be hitting this one. Like there's no way we would hit this one first. Let's change this up just a little bit more. So let's say it's more like we get 2, 3, and this is 4. Yeah, okay, let's try this. So we get that. That's a 1, that's a 2, that's a 1. All this stuff is wrong too, by the way. I don't really care about this stuff. So get rid of that. And I don't care about that stuff right now too. Okay. So let's say I place the block here. Then we would say check our neighbors, blah, blah, blah. We do that. We set this to 0. Then he goes to check his neighbors. So let's say, thank you for following Ledson Reckel. Cool. So then we would check this one. We would say set them to 0, check your neighbors, and then we would save this for later because this is in a different chunk. So that gets saved. Then we would update this one. Yeah, okay, so no matter what, we should be starting with the maximum value inside of the new chunk. So something is going wrong where we're not starting with the maximum value in the new chunk. Let's go back to our code and see if we can see what exactly is wrong. Okay, a game like Minecraft would involve a lot of coding with how many different mechanics it has. Yeah, so there's a lot of different stuff in here. And their lighting system is like their water system, which means it's just very buggy. So, okay. Also, for those of you who just joined from Mike's stream, if you want to know what Mike looks like, he looks a lot like me because we are brothers. So I know he's done some face reveals and he might get mad at me for saying that, but just don't tell him I told you. Okay. So let's go through this. So we update all the blocks, and then if we see one, so as we're going through our queue, if we hit a block that's in a different chunk, we just put it in that chunk, and we only put it in the chunk if we haven't already put one for that chunk in there. So we should only hit this with the maximum light level. Okay, so we're going to have to put a breakpoint there as well, and we'll see what's going on. So let's go and restart this one more time. I really just want to get this lighting working and just have it work well, and that would be so awesome if it did. Okay, let's remove this breakpoint real quickly. Whoops, I did not mean to do that, but it shouldn't affect anything. Did I do anything there? No, I think that was the same, right? Yeah, okay. And I just flew out of the world. Okay, that's not good. I thought I had fixed that, but I guess I haven't fixed that yet. So did I get a... Yeah, okay, I did get this. So I think it's probably somewhere wherever that's happening. We'll fix that later though. That shouldn't matter right now. Okay, so let's go back into here. Okay, so we go down here. It's all good. I'm gonna wait for the threads to finish before I update this. Okay, that's good. So we update that. Now, let's put a breakpoint in those two places. So we want a breakpoint here, and we want a breakpoint here. We should hit this one first. So, and we might hit it a few times, which would be good if we did. Let's hit F1. So then we'll go there. Cool. So we hit that. So our X position is 16. We have a Z as 4. And what is our Y? I'm curious about that too. Y is 38. So this should be the brightest light level. Let's see what... Okay, so it doesn't look like I keep track of that, but this should technically be the brightest light level. Trying to think. Yeah, okay. So this was at X is 16, Z is 4, and Y was 38. Okay. So we put this into the chunks to update. And we put its position, which is, that's its world position, which is all fine. Minus 144, Y is the same, 38, and then 52. So what I think is happening is we're getting a higher Y in here somehow. So if we hit continue, we do hit this again. Okay. So this is -9, 3. And chunks to update already has a chunk that is at -9, 3. So we shouldn't put another thing in here, but we are. That's not good. Okay. Let me just double check that. So this is negative 9.3. Chunks already checked. Oh. I'm missing one line of code here. And chunks to update dot find. Oh my gosh, if it's just this, I'm gonna be so mad at myself. Okay, let's see what happens. And if you guys join now, you joined at the perfect time because I've been working on this for 3 days. Okay. There has been lots of moments of false celebration though, where I thought it was working and it's still not working. So this could very well be one of those moments. So we go through here. That's all good. Okay, and then I'm gonna fix this guy real quick. Let's just remove that breakpoint. Okay, then we get rid of that. So now if I hit F1, we should be into the 0 only mode. So it should turn black all the way through there. When I place a block here, will it work? Okay, guys, it's working. I think we finally did it for real this time. I'm not completely sure, but I'm like 90% sure. And then it goes up to here, and this is where it should start back propagating. Holy crap. Did we do it? I know, I'm doubting myself as well. Okay, let's turn it on to do the right thing now. Okay, I removed that. It is correct. That's good. If I place it, it should be correct, almost. Oh, I think we're so close. I think we're just not using this value. This value should be back propagating backwards, and then we should be getting more light. We are very close though. This is almost there. 3 days of work. Well, there is a lot of in-between work too, but yeah. Tabaluka, thank you for following. Let's see if we can figure out this last part. This is the very last issue that's happening. So now, oh, and I know exactly why it's not working. It's because we commented that code out. Okay, let's uncomment that, and now we should be good. It should just work. Please, let this just work. If this just works, I'm done for the day. Okay, I'm just gonna say hats off, and I'm done for the day. If this works, fine. So we go underneath here. We look in here. It's dark, and it's all dark. That's good. I break this block. It gets light. That's good. Now when I place a block, it should get light. That's fine. We ignore that for now. That's a other error. That's completely different. We break this. We place this. It's still working, and we're just missing that one. Okay. Hats off, guys. I think we're done. Let's just really double check this and make sure it is absolutely correct. So if I update this chunk, it should update this border. And now if I go ahead and I actually do this for real, we update this. It updates all the way down the tunnel. I place a block. It updates. Oh, crap. Okay. I know we're really close. It's not back propagating at the right time, I think is what's happening here. So I think I might have to do what I did before and say, do this after we do this. Or wait, is it just because of this thing too? I uncommented this code. This should probably be commented in. Let's do that and let's see if this works. And still enthusiastic when light works, yes, right? Okay, this has taken way too long, but I think we're pretty much there. Like, this is the end game after a lot of heartache. Let's go. Okay, so we go through here. This is all good. Let's fix the chunk that's broken over here. So if I just update him, he'll update throughout here. He updates throughout here. That's all good. Okay, cool. So then if I update over here, we should get light in the tunnel. We do. Okay. So then if I update here again. Okay, yeah, so we're still broken there. Let's move that line of code, and I think that could be the last thing we have to do. So if we move this, sorry about that, to go below here. Okay. We need the yin and yang of the world. Okay. So let's see if this will work. Okay. If it's not, it's just the back propagation, and that's something that I think we can solve. I mean, this was like the hardest problem so far, was just figuring out why this wasn't working properly. So let's go down here. Let's fix this. Whoops. Okay, that's all fixed. Good. Then let's go over here. Okay, if we fix this, it is all correct. Okay. Do this. Okay, it's still not correct. Cool. So it's just not back propagating for some reason. Let's put a breakpoint in the code and see what's going on there. So we do this. It's all good. We're all good. Okay, let's go to the back propagation. Oh, crap. I just exited out. Okay, let's open that up again and set it all up. And then I'm not going to exit. I'm going to go and put a breakpoint in the code instead. Okay, so we are through here. Let's go down to here. Oh, cool. I left it open too. So let's update this. That's all good. Okay, so when I update this, and I'm going to go and hit F2, not F10, and we're going to put a breakpoint in here. We should hit this point. This is when we start back propagating, because we found out that we need to update backwards too. So if I place a block here, we should hit that breakpoint. We hit that breakpoint. That's good. We go into here. We say the local position is 1036.4. That's where we need to start back propagating. So we go into here. We say that we are going to internal blocks only. That's false. That's good. Zero out is true. This should be false. Did it just not update yet? Okay, yeah, cool. So that's false. Good. Okay, let's go through here now. Now you'll see nude point lights to again light up the room you work so hard on making dark. I know, right? But that'll be really easy to add once this is all working right. That chunk is pretty quirky and it does not feel like updating, but I think we're going to find out why now. So we reset the back propagation block, which is fine. Okay, we check all the blocks that we need to update. Now, since we're back propagating, we should be checking the blocks around us to make sure that they're okay. So we say, okay, we're checking this specific light level, X, Y, Z. And what's going to happen is, I think I already know what the problem is. So what's going to happen is it's going to say this light level is already correct, which we know. Our light level is 15. It should be 15. That's true. So what I think we need to do is we just need to force it to update by changing its light level here. So if we just say, before we back propagate, chunk block data to 1D array, and then we'll give it that local position. And we'll say the light level equals 0. So we'll force it to update by making it incorrect. We'll invalidate that block, which should force it to update its neighbors. Okay, I think this is all we needed. Fingers crossed. And then if this works, I'm done. I'm just going to be done for the day before I break it again. So, yeah. I also have to get my car's oil changed pretty soon, so that's kind of why I have to leave. Okay, let's see. So this is all good. I still have this hole here. Okay, if we update this, all looks good. Oh, and that other chunk is good now too. Maybe that's a good sign. So if I do this, oh crap. Now it's breaking. Wait, no, is this right? No, this is definitely not right. Okay, let's do the 0 only. So if we zero it out, it zeroes out up to that point. So it goes up to here. That's good. So that's what we want. Then what should happen is it should back propagate. So it should go up to there and then it should start going down again from there, which would be like here. You know what I think it is? I think it's just we're marking the wrong block that needs to be back propagated. Or actually, no. We need another flag because the back propagation is only going to, well, yeah, wait. Let's do this again. What's happening here? Okay, so we do this. So we do this. If we zero it out, it should get to here. Then what should happen is we start back propagating. What that should do is it should like see that this light level is higher. And then it should reset here, and then it should start going here back into the room, and then it should stop once we hit something like here, because it should just be dark again. And then it should be good. So, what is going on there? And ignore those like chunks flying in. That's all fine. Man, that function really needs a signature that receives the whole vector. Well, I don't think that's the problem though, because like when we darken the chunks, that's working fine. Right? Technically, so this is pretty cool. This is a skylight why it's that way, but yeah. So it's fine. And it should just be going backwards here. I think, okay, let's double check what I'm doing here. So when I invalidate this, what's going to happen is it's going to go into here. And we tell it to not zero out. So it's going to update it to the correct light level, right? And so what happens is it enters back into here. It sees that it's wrong. Because it says, okay, this light level does need to change. And then what we do is we say, if we're not zeroing out, we update it immediately. We can ignore this because that's like my testing thing. Do we just not want to do this first? I think. Okay, then we say this light level changed, blah, blah, blah. And then we look around us and we say, if we're zeroing out, we're not zeroing out, so we're doing this now. And then we say we need to update that block. I'm so glad I've decided to move away from chunk generation for my game. Way too high for me. Well, I think chunk generation is fine. It's just whatever's going on here is not. So let's hit a breakpoint in here and like try and actually track the code and see what's going on. So we'll put a breakpoint. Well, we won't do that for now, but we'll do it once we set everything up. Okay, wait for the world to load in. Okay, so let's just fix that. All looks good. And if we were to do this, not good. But if we do this, it is good. Okay, so let's put a breakpoint in our code right here so that we can follow the back propagation. Because that's where it's got to be going wrong. So we hit that, we go into here. Oh, am I doing the wrong? No, yep, that's fine. So we get the chunks block data, which is valid data. Then we set this to 0 at whatever this local position is. And this local position is the one that we're about to check anyways. Ah, thank you for following Fornay. So we go into here and we go through here. Okay, so we have a back propagation block. This should never really do anything. Okay, so then we push this local X, which was 10, 36, 4, which all sounds right. And now we should see that our light level is 0 because I've broken it, well, purposely, to force it to re-update. So our light level is 0. The new light level should be 15. So our light level is not the new light level, and we're not zeroing out. So we should go into here, we should go into here, we should go into there. Now we set our light level to the new light level. Okay, that's good. We say that we changed our light level. So now it should start going backwards and propagating other blocks. So we go ahead and we check the blocks around us. We say we need to update our neighbor. Our top neighbor is not a sky block, and our top neighbor is, let's see. Okay, so we push our top neighbor. That's good. We should also push a couple other neighbors. Our bottom, we do not push. That's fine. Our left, our right. So that means we should either do our... Okay. We don't push the right either, so we should either push the back or the front, not both. Okay, we push the back. Or I guess that's the front. We also push the back. Is that fine? So we do 10 plus 1 and 10 minus 1. Yeah, I think that should be fine. And then we're not zeroing out, so we continue. Okay, so then we check this guy. Let's see what his light level should be. Okay, so our light level is 0. It should be 15. Is this the same block I just checked? It shouldn't be. This is a different one. I did like 10 something 4. 10, 37, 4. Okay, yeah, so this is definitely a different block. Okay. So apparently it should be 15. Okay, yeah, that does actually kind of make sense, I think. I'm trying to think about this. Wait a second. And Gabe said, let there be light. Not quite. Okay. So I think we're just marking the wrong block for back propagation is what's happening here. So let's go back to the drawing screen really quickly. So basically what ends up happening is I go until I see that I'm the correct light level. That means I would hit this. So I hit this. I see that this is the correct light level. So then I say mark this guy for back propagation. Okay, and these are all zeros, right? Because we've zeroed this all out. So then what should happen, oops, sorry, is I think, yeah, so this should take on like whatever the maximum, which would be one of these guys, possibly. Let's expand this a little bit more, because I think what might end up happening is actually something like this. So we've also got 2s here, right? And this looks right, because this is all sort of combining, right? Or actually, I guess that would be 1s. Yeah, but we're saying this light level is correct. So what happens is we say, okay, set this to 0. So this gets set to 0. Then when we go into here, we say, what should this light level be? It should be 1. So we set this to 1. And then we say, check your neighbors. He checks himself. He sees that he's fine. So nothing happens here. Okay, but then we check these neighbors and we see that they should be wrong. So this should go to 1. Or actually, no, these should go to 0 then. This is what should happen. And then once these are 0, we're good. But it's not happening for some reason. I wish I could visualize this in steps. I probably could. But let's try and do that. Let's go to the main stream. Let's try and set something up so that we can sort of step through this in actual time. So we'll do like a... We'll add something in here. We'll say external bool step once. We'll add that into here. That equals false. So then we'll go into here. We'll say if 0 lights only. I don't know. we'll add one more extern bool step, do step logic. I don't know. Okay, so we'll add that into here as well. And we'll set that to false. And let's actually remove the 0 lights thing. And we'll remove that from here as well. Okay, cool. So, or actually we'll do this, yeah, to false. So then we can say if do step logic while not do step. What did I call that? Step once. While not step once, and then we'll just do like a thread sleep here. Stood, thread, this thread, sleep. And then we'll just sleep for like a couple of milliseconds. I do this somewhere in the world or application. Let's see what I do here. Okay, sleep for, so we just need to do milliseconds. Okay, let's just copy that. Go into here. Do that. So we'll do for like 16 milliseconds. We'll sleep for 1 frame. Okay, so then this should mean that if we're doing the step logic, we should just sort of wait and then, yeah, while not step once and do step logic. Then inside of here, we can sort of make this so that we can step through 1 step at a time. So if we hit this, then chunk do step logic equals true. And then if we hit key begin press, GLFW key, we'll do F7. I don't think I'm using that. Chunk do step once equals true. And then we also need to go into here. And we'll say step once equals false. Okay. So that way we should stop after every update. Okay. And then let's make this F8. Okay. So let's run this. We should be able to step through this one thing at a time, which will be good. Stood hell. Wow. That's some strong feelings. Okay. Let's get rid of those warnings. 0 lights. We don't care about that. Okay, let's get rid of that. And I think we should be good now. Okay, so we should be able to visualize this in real time now. I probably should have done this first. I just always think that it's gonna be harder to implement something than it really is, but then, yeah, they are strong feelings. Okay, so if we go into here, we're all good. I think if I hit F8, that should do the step logic. So we do F8. I press that. If I do an F7, if I do F8, it should update all at once. Yeah, I don't know. Wait a second. I can't remember now. Oh, well, this isn't updated, first of all. Okay, so I must have it off there. Oh, I can't tell what I'm doing now. Okay, wait, I got to go back and then see what all my stuff is. Okay. So, F7 turns it on. And let's log a message. Oh, and this should be, let's see. There we go. Okay. So, we'll do a info. And we'll do that. And we'll do the same thing here. And we can just do that. Okay. Cool. So that's all good. What we also want to do too is we want to retessellate the chunk every time we do this, just so that we can see the update happen. So if we do this, we'll say Q, or I guess chunk manager, Q retessellate chunk, and then we'll do this chunk, which we can give it our chunk coordinates and our block data. Okay, so that way we can actually see the updates happening. So we should start with everything off. Okay, so let's let this load up real quickly. Lighting in games is always a tough problem. That is true. So if we go back into here, let's just update that. That's good. Now I'm going to turn it on. So if I hit F8, step logic is on. So then if I place a block here and I hit F7, we step once. Okay, so that zeroed that block out. Okay, cool. So we can visualize this, guys. So let's see what happens. So we're going in this flood fill style. This is really cool. Okay, so then we go there. Oh, and this is so much easier than doing this by hand. Okay. So we've done all that, and then F7. Okay. I know, I really like this. I should have done this a long time ago. We can see the darkness spread now. Okay. So it's slowly filling everything up, which is good. This is what should be happening. I'm going to do one more thing because it looks like we're hitting a lot of false positives. So let's stop that real quickly. Let's just move this below where we check to see if we're doing an air block. So yeah, because if we do all that, then that really doesn't matter. Okay, cool. So this is really cool. Now we can visualize what's happening. I don't know why I didn't do this like 3 hours ago. Okay, so let's go update everything. We break that. Everything should be updated. We're good. Cool. Let's just make sure it looks good in here. It looks semi-good in there. Let's just do a... There we go. Cool. So now let's turn that on again. F8. We're on. I'll place a block. We'll hit F7. Okay. So we step through. We go spread. Spread. We're still hitting some false positives, which is fine. We'll just deal with it for now. So we should spread, 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 spread. What should happen is like this should spread until we fill this chunk up, which looks like we're getting pretty close to. Okay. Almost there. Oh, we're going down there now. Now where are we at? I need to move that because I can't tell what's going on. Let's move this one more time. So if do step logic should just be here if we're actually updating. So yeah, let's only do this if we're actually updating. Okay. Now let's do this. Okay, let's do that. I guess this is the good thing about like not using an engine, right? We can just code these debugger type of things. I guess you can do that with an engine too, but kind of nice, right? Okay, let's do that. Good. Okay, so let's turn it on. Place block. F7. Okay. Good. Now we're not hitting those false positives. We're hitting false positives. Why? I thought I got rid of that. Okay, let's just, hopefully it just goes faster. Okay, we're filling up. What we're really concerned with is once we start filling up over here. So I'll just sort of position myself over here and just keep hitting F7. Eventually it should go through here. There we go. Okay, and then we should keep going back to here. It should wait until it finishes that chunk. Wait, no, now we're in this chunk. Should it concern me that it didn't update the top of the blocks? Oh, I think we're just like in a different chunk now, and that's what's happening. Okay, so now it's going to go through here. Oh, I'm going to remove that for now. Oh, crap. Oh, no. I updated a block. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, crap. Now we're really screwed. Okay. Try this one more time. And this time I won't update any blocks on accident, so we should be good. Let's go through here, break that. Update that. Okay, cool. So let's turn that on again. Place the block there. And let's just hit F7 a bunch of times and go into here so that we know when we get to this point. Because all we're really concerned about is making sure the back propagation is working properly. And those top blocks might actually be the problem, because if for some reason it's not setting those top blocks, then that tells me that that's where the light is coming from on the inside of this room. Okay, so I'm still hitting F7. Cool, so we start going down here. Okay, so we start going through here. Okay, oh, so now it's back propagating. You saw it just go backwards there. So now it's back propagating. Cool. So this is all working the way we think it should, though. So it continues back propagating. Okay. And then we get into here. So this is what's going wrong. For some reason, these top blocks are not getting updated. So there must be a logic wrong with our top block update. Let's check that. Are we not checking top blocks here? Okay, we are. So we say if we've already checked the top block, and the top block is not a skylight. Wait a second. I think I might know what this is. Okay. This is like the millionth time I'm getting excited, right? We've done this routine way too many times. So, okay, right here. So when we calculate lighting, okay, yeah, wait, never mind. So I was gonna check. I thought maybe those were still considered skylights for some reason, but they should not be, because when we calculate lighting, first we reset any air block so that it's not a sky block. If it's not a sky block. So something else must be going wrong with that top block lighting. So update block light level. Okay, so what else is going wrong there then? Something else has to be going wrong because we're not updating it. Do we have that top getting the correct? Okay, if y plus 1 is greater than the chunk height, then we do no block. Otherwise, we do x, y plus 1z, which is correct. And then we say it equals the top neighbor's light level ended with 31. That's correct. Yeah. It's not because it's a different block type. I don't think it should be. Those should all be air blocks because they're updating properly when it flood fills. Yeah. Do we take the top? Yep, so we do top neighbor light there. Okay, so we do all this. I think it's in here, like, because it's not getting added right here, and this is where it should get added. So if we already have the x, y plus 1 block, if we've already checked it, and it's not a sky block is what this is checking. So if we've already checked it, or no, if we haven't checked it and it's not a sky block, and it is an air block, and, oh, wait. Yeah, that's all ands. Okay, never mind. And it's either equal to our light level minus 1, and we're zeroing it out, or it's not zero. Wait, is it because of this? Is it because we're starting at the wrong block? Because notice how it jumps down to the bottom block is the one we're starting at. We should be starting at that top block. So when we set a block, what do? We say retest light the chunk, and then we say Q recalculate lighting. I think this is the problem. We probably shouldn't queue a recalculation of lighting. What we should do is we should flood fill the blocks around us. So maybe instead of doing this, what we should do is we should say chunk update block light level, and then do that for all the appropriate ones. I can't do this on the main thread right now though, so I have to figure out. Oh wait, I can do this right there though. Okay, so when we do a set block, this is this command. No, yeah, I can't do that right there. So let's add, instead of saying queue recalculate lighting, we'll do that. And we'll pass it the position that we just updated. Because when we recalculate, we should only recalculate from one thing. Is it not? I just saw it was different textures. Oh, okay, gotcha. So maybe we should pass in the world position here. Okay. And then right here, when we recalculating, we also take in const glm ivec3, or actually I guess this is just a vec3, block position. That updated. Okay. So we call it that. Now when we recalculate the lighting, this is go ahead and call something down here. It's gonna call this, and we'll give it that. Okay. So then this fills it in with this, and then we're gonna add one more parameter into our commands. Block that updated equals block position that updated. So let's modify our fill chunk command, which is very poorly named now. Block that updated. Okay, cool. So we go back there. Okay, so now we know which block updated. Okay, so then when we go to recalculate the lighting, actually, I think I was missing it somewhere else. Wait, let's go back to here. Okay, so that's that. When we remove a block, we should also do the same thing, pass in the world position. Okay. And then when we do this, we should pass in command dot block position, or block that updated. Okay, and then for calculate lighting, okay, let's go to calculate lighting now because we got to update that too. This needs to take in const glm vec3 ref block that updated, and I guess a boolean too to let us know that it updated. And we'll set this equal to just an empty vector by default, and then we'll say bool block update to let us know, and that's false by default. Okay. So then we go into here, and we'll say this is true. That way this one doesn't break. Okay, so then let's go to calculate lighting, which is here. We'll update it with this stuff. We'll update it here. Get rid of that, the defaults. Okay. So now we know which block updated, so we know where we need to start updating from. So now we don't need to actually do all this stuff. We can say if. I probably should have just made a different function. Let's just make a different function for this. This will be better. Okay. So instead of doing this, we'll do that. We'll say avoid calculate lighting for update. And then this will just take in that stuff. And then it'll take in that. Okay, so we'll do that. This is a different function now. Do that. And then we can get rid of this. Okay, and I think we fixed it in here too. Yes, okay, cool. So now if we're updating because we just updated one block, what do? We just update that block itself, right? So we say if block data to 1D array block position. So if we just set a block dot ID, or I guess does not equal block map air block. Okay. This expects what? GLM vec3? Yeah, so let's get the block's position in local coordinates, ivec3, local position equals, let me find that real quickly. It's this thing right here. Okay, cool. So we'll say local position equals that. This is the block's world position. Okay, so then we'll say local position. What's this expect? Oh, dot X, dot Y, dot Z. Okay, so if this is not an error block, then we need to update the blocks above, below, so to the top, bottom, left, and right. So we'll say update block light level for this block data, local X +1, local Y, local Z, chunk chords, internal blocks only, false, and that's fine. Okay, so we'll do this, and then the local X, local Y, local Z, we'll just say is that, and that, and we're good. And now we just need to update all of our blocks. Why is this not happy? Oh, 0 out is true. So then we do this for all of the ones surrounding. We do -1. We do this for the Y's. We do this for the Z's. I'll check the chat in a minute too, guys. Sorry. I just want to see if this will work out. So if we did that, otherwise, if we removed a block, we'll just update our position, which would just be that. Okay, cool. So I think this is what we want. And then when we go calculate lighting, yeah, when we go calculate lighting, we want to, so doing this, we want to say chunk calculate block update, or lighting update, I guess, command dot block data, command dot chunk coordinates, and command dot block that updated. Okay, let's do that and see what happens. So now I think this is what we were probably missing. 24-hour coding challenge, 3 out of 24. 4 actually, dang. Almost there though, guys. This is half a workday, right? You usually work 8 hours in a workday, so we're all good. It's fine. All right. Okay, so if we go under here, we should still have the same sort of deal. We go ahead and update that. We have not updated anything. That's not good. It should update itself, which should see that like it should be a sky. Oh wait, we need to, yeah. That's one last thing. So we need to calculate the skylights if we're removing a block. Yeah, so let's go down here. So if we're setting a block, this should be fine. But if we're removing a block, we need to see if we've just like removed a block that was a skylight or would be a skylight. So if, let's go ahead and do this too. We'll say that this is the block that's updating. We'll do that. We will do that. And then we'll say if block that's updating is not an error block. We do that. Otherwise, if it is an error block, which means we've just removed a block, then we need to check and see if it should be a sky block. So we'll say if, which I think we can get like right here. We have something up here that we can just steal. This stuff. Okay. I don't know if I want to steal it though. Yeah, so let's do this. Okay. We'll get the top neighbor, which is our, say, int y equals local y. We'll say int z equals local z, int x equals local x. Okay, so we'll check the top neighbor. If it's greater than or equal to 256, then it's a null block. Okay, and then we do all this. Okay, so we basically get the appropriate. So if the top neighbor is an error block, top neighbor is sky. We can do that. And we want this to be a bool. Okay. So if the top neighbor is a sky block or an error block, we'll check and see if it's a sky block. If it is, then we set this. Otherwise, we set this to 0. So if top neighbor is sky or y equals chunk world height, chunk height. Wait, no, it's world chunk height. There we go. World chunk height minus 1. So if we're at the top and we're an air block, which we are because this, then we're a sky block. So we just want to make sure we set our light level appropriately. So we'll say block data to 1D array XYZ dot light level equals 31 ORed with 32. And then we want to loop downwards until we hit a solid block. So we basically want to just repeat this. Okay, so we'll say for int y equals local y until y is greater than or equal to 0, y minus minus. We'll do this. We'll go down. Whoops. Okay, so we get that set up. We do this. We say the top neighbor, blah, blah, blah. If the top neighbor is sky or we're here, and this is an error block, and let's see. We could just do this. We could just say if block data to 1D array x, y, z is it not an error block, then we break. Okay, so this way we go from where we're at, and then we keep going down and setting all of the lights. Okay, I think this is fine. That's good. We'll go with that. What an actual insane amount of for loops. Don't judge. You got a code review coming up soon, so I'm just kidding. Okay. So hopefully that should fix the problems we had there. So yeah, you'll see that this is all correct. Let's update this. We get an invalid position immediately. Cool. That's actually completely fine though, because that is, I mean, I guess what we could do is we could right here. Oh wait, actually this is a good point. So if we update a block that's on a chunk border, we should check to the left and right of our selves. Yeah, I think that's what we want to do. I just want to say, let's not worry about that for now. Let's not worry about that for now. I'll put a to-do in there in a minute. Okay, so let's go back into here and see. I will just update no blocks on the borders so that we don't run into that issue. Okay, so we'll go here, and then if we just go into here, yeah, we don't run into that issue, but this is all wrong for some reason. So let's see what happens. Okay, you can see that it's set the top now. That's good. It's just not continuing for some reason. And then when we remove it, it's definitely not updating the appropriate stuff. So, oh, that's a pretty cool scene too. Okay, when we remove, did we do this right? Okay, we basically see if we should be a skylight when we remove it. Oh, I think it's... Wait, yeah. This should all be fine. Right? Yeah. Let's check our remove block function again. Make sure this is all going good. Okay, cool. So we say if that succeeded, which means we've just removed the block, we pass it our world position, which is the block's world position, to this queue recalculate lighting. This sets that position. And then it queues the command. Okay, so that's all good. And then this goes to this, which passes that through. Okay, and then we go here. So it should be an error block at this point because we've just removed it, which set it to an error block. So this should be fine. Okay, so let's just run this again. I'm going to do it like single step mode so that we can see what exactly is going on. At least we're constraining it though, right? I mean, we're finally able to sort of see where the problems are coming from, sort of. Okay, so I'm going to turn single step mode on. We set this, and then we do a single step. Okay, so it sets that to dark. That's good. So then it starts spreading. The darkness is spreading. Okay, cool. So we continue spreading. We keep spreading. Okay, so then it hit that. I wonder if that's... Okay, nope, yep, we're still spreading over here. Still spreading over here. Okay, we spread there. There. Did we finish? Okay, yep, there. That's good. Oh, and it looks like it's spread down here too. Oh, no, we're good. This is just a separate chunk. That's why that part's not updating. So yeah, it has spread down here though. Let's go here. I think we finished though. I don't think it's going to spread down. Let's turn single stepping off. Yeah, so it's not doing anything else. It looks like it spread down here, but it didn't spread down any here. So now we've got the opposite problem, right? It's setting the top part to dark, but it's not going down. Why is it doing this? Oh, why do you hate me, Minecraft? Okay. Let's check if our down logic is okay. Watch, just give you like I had an error in the going down part the whole time, and so all that stuff I added was really not necessary. Okay. So bottom neighbor. We check and see if it exists. Okay, this is... Wait, no, that's right. Never mind. Okay, so we say, is y minus 1 less than 0? If it is, we do a null block. Otherwise, we get y minus 1. And then we set it to an error block, and we get its light level. It's fine. Yeah. My apologies, I'm new here, but you building a Minecraft clone or adding Minecraft? Yeah, this is a Minecraft clone. It's good that you can't tell now, though, so that means we're doing something right, guys, right? Yeah, not kinda. I guess we are. We're only building the core of Minecraft, though. We're not gonna build out, like, everything. But, yeah. Okay, let's see. It looks like it's just not going down for some reason. Do we have something in here? So bottom neighbor, so we do x, y minus 1, that's fine. If it's not a skylight, actually, let's... I think this might be it. Let's remove this. And I think that should be what we're looking for. Very cool. Thanks, Pokeballs. Okay, I think that should be That might be what was going on, because like it sees the bottom and it's like, oh, that's a skylight, and so it just doesn't bother updating it, and we never go down. Possibly. No, now we're just broken. Okay, now it's just updating infinitely is what it looks like. So that was very important, I guess. That's weird, huh? Was it because I made that change? Let's do this one more time. Make sure it wasn't something else that might have been wrong. Yep, so it was definitely that change that I made. Why does that break things? So we're checking if we haven't already checked it, and the bottom neighbor's light level is not a skylight, is what we're saying there, and it's an error block. Yeah, and then we say, and we're either zeroing out and it's our light level -1, or we're not zeroing out. I think it might be in here, possibly. Or, so we're zeroing out and the bottom light doesn't equal our light, is 1 less than our light level, or our light level. Well, I guess we could just say block data array expansion dot light level and 32. And so like our block is a sky block and the bottom one is not a sky block. Let's do that. And block data bottom, or I guess bottom neighbor dot light level and 32. And not that. Or actually, I guess we should just say does not equal that. So basically this should just check and see if, yeah, okay, I think maybe that's what we want. Let's see. Those are some chunky if statements. Yeah, I know. We gotta get it working and then we can simplify everything later. But if it's not working, then I'm just gonna keep adding stuff till it does work, right? Okay, so, uh-oh, that's off. That's fine. Cool. Let's break that, see what happens. Nothing happens. Cool. Let's restart this and just make sure this part's working. Okay, let's go into here. That is my coding strategy. Get a rough outline of code working, then optimize. Yeah, that's the only way to go, really. Like, because if you don't know it's working at all yet, then there's no point trying to do other stuff. Okay, so I turned on the single step for the lighting. Yeah, okay, so we're good there. So then let's place a block here. And let's start stepping. So if we do F7, okay, so we start spreading the darkness. What's weird is that we're not checking the bottom. I would expect that we would check it, but let's just keep stepping. Okay, still stepping, it's spreading the rest of the way. Okay, and do we spread to the bottom? No, I don't think we're spreading to the bottom still. It's just so weird that we're not going down. If I hit F8, yeah. So we're still not going down. Okay, I have to go very soon. So, yeah, the nap would have been longer, but some... Okay, just came back from a nap. Yeah, I'm gonna have to end the live stream here though, guys, because I do have stuff to do today. I'm hoping I'll solve this a little bit later today. We have made a lot of progress though. Also, stepping is not stepping. Yeah, I know. I gotta fix that too. But yeah, we've made a lot of progress. Thank you for all the new followers and stuff too. Hopefully tomorrow when you guys see me on stream, this will just be working and we can finally move on from lighting to like the rest of Minecraft. Okay, so that is the plan. I will see you guys then though. Unfortunately, I do have to stop because I got stuff to do. So I'll see you guys tomorrow if you want, same time. And that's it. See you.